son, I don't know.
That neighborhood is loaded.
All right, good morning, everyone. This is the Grand Traverse County Ways and Means Committee. This committee makes recommendations to the full Board of Commissioners. Those recommendations will be at their main board meeting later this month. If you could, please put your cell phones on silent or vibrate. And I need to announce that Commissioner Stepka has a previous engagement, so he is excused. And Commissioner Hooper called in and said he would be running late due to an issue with his employment in terms of a server being down. So with that, we will stand for the call to order, and we will stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Linda, if you could do the roll call attendance, please.
Commissioner Wheelock?
Yes, ma'am.
Fleece?
Present.
Maxbauer? Here. Thomas?
Here.
Richardson?
Here.
Friend? Here. Hooper?
Temporarily excused.
Chairman Inman?
Here. All right, we have a quorum. Next item is the approval of minutes of October 20th, which is on page 1. We have a motion,
I'll move to accept the minutes as presented.
seconded by Commissioner Richards.
Yes, but I do have
Okay.
one small
Yes.
change in the minutes. And I'm sorry, hold on here. Oh, darn. Okay,
Which page?
page 4, number 3. I initially voted yes on that motion and then changed my vote to a no after the vote. So if the minutes could just record that, please. I'd appreciate it.
So was that
It should be 5-2 and 1 excused.
okay?
Well,
Okay.
should be 6, probably 6-2. We need to check that because there were 9. 1 excused, 8 were here.
Okay, well,
We just have to check that, but you voted
Yep.
no.
but I did vote no, yes.
All right, we'll check that before it, you can always come back and amend the minutes. All right, any other, does the motion maker and the second agree with the change?
Yes.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, passes. We have our first public comment. Does any member of the public wish to address the Ways and Means Committee at this time? If you do, come forward and please state your name and address. Hearing none, we will close public comment. We will move on to the approval of the agenda. Need a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner
Support.
Wheelock, seconded by Commissioner Fleece to approve the agenda as presented. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. There are no special orders of business, so we will move on to the action on the consent calendar. If the clerk could read the consent calendar, please.
The purpose of the consent calendar is to expedite business by grouping non-controversial items together to be dealt with by one commission motion without discussion. Any member of the commission, staff, or the public may ask that any item on the consent calendar be removed therefrom and placed elsewhere on the agenda for full discussion. Such requests will be automatically respected. If any item is not removed from the consent calendar, the action noted, receive and file, or approval is approved by a single committee action adopting the consent calendar. Approve. 1, document imaging software support maintenance renewal. 2, VMware contract renewal. 3, IBM server storage area network maintenance. 4, appropriation request. And 5, child care fund.
Okay. The clerk has read the consent calendar. Does any member of the public wish to pull an item for further discussion? Hearing none, does the commission wish to pull an item for further discussion?
Numbers 2 and 3.
Pardon me?
Numbers 2 and 3.
Okay, numbers 2 and 3, Commissioner Friend. And we will take that down to, we just take that down to B, 7 and 8.
Number
Yes.
5.
Number 5, Max Bauer. Okay, we will take that to Finance. Number 6. Any other items to be pulled? Need a motion to approve the consent calendar with items 1 and 4.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve items 1 and 4 of the consent calendar.
Is there a second? Okay, moved by Wheelock, supported by Commissioner Richardson, to approve item number 1 and 4 from the consent calendar. Is there discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Commissioner Fleece,
Yes.
Max Bauer,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yep.
Richardson,
Yes.
Friend,
Yes.
Wheelock,
Yes, ma'am.
Chairman Inman.
Yes. All right, motion passes. Moving on to number 8, department action items. First is equalization. Item
Mr.
number...
Chairman, Lori's not
Yes.
here yet, I see, but this is the revised apportionment report that includes the millages that were approved at the election in November, and she's recommending approval. If there are any questions from the commissioners, I'd be glad to, we can postpone this. Otherwise, I'd recommend you approve it.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the revised apportionment report, please.
Moved by Commissioner Wheelock, seconded by Commissioner Richardson, to approve the 2010 revised apportionment report. Is there discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes. Moving to item B, IT. Morning.
John Sheehan, the Director of Information Technology for the county. So I was hoping Randy would be here for our telecommunications, but basically it's the cellular contract, and we have been riding on, it's the Western States Contract Alliance contract. It was a better contract than we found under the state of Michigan. And once again, we're also looking to look at that again. We went out and did a comparison to the state of Michigan, and that's what we come up with a much better deal. We've also met with our departments. The Sheriff's Department went out earlier in June of this year. They were doing some testing because they're looking for cellular air cards for their police cars, and that's when they really did some more testing. And they felt that the AT&T coverage was better than the Verizon. And so we really, at that point, we met with departments. They were happy with the service they were getting off of the AT&T contract also. And so we went and started looking at what can we get for the AT&T coverage. And so what we'd like to ask for is a renewal of that. And they are giving us an additional 2% discount over and above what we were receiving before. And technically, there is not an end to this contract. We do sign on, and we're at the time of phone replacement right now. A lot of them are having battery issues. They're dying. The Sheriff's Department wants to go to a tougher phone for themselves. And so that's what we'd like to do.
Okay, Commissioner Fleece.
I would move that we accept the bid at $59,849 annually for a term of 24 months, estimated cost.
Okay, is there a
With
second?
AT&T.
Support.
All right, moved by Commissioner Fleece, seconded by Commissioner Wheelock.
And I would like to clarify, for that $59,000, I mean, that's where we're at today, but as phones are added to the contract or removed or services, that number can change.
Yeah, I said estimated.
Okay.
That should cover it.
Commissioner Max Bauer.
Dennis, is there any criteria that we follow when we distribute cell phones to employees? It seems to me the number is extremely large.
I don't know what page is the number on?
19.
I'm sorry?
19.
So you're talking about the number of phones?
Yeah, we have 181.
Yeah.
Well, we have 181 phones out of 520 employees. Some departments, like the Sheriff's Department, all have cell phones. Other departments, like the building code department, all have cell phones. Most department heads have cell phones.
DPW. is another
Board of
one.
Public Works, all of the employees in the Board of Public Works have cell phones. So we try to monitor that pretty closely. We talk with the departments about it, and we review it each year, to make sure that we have the right number. So I feel pretty good about it.
Is there any criteria that we follow?
We don't have a set policy, just have to demonstrate need.
Didn't a couple departments get rid of a few cell phones through the last budget process?
That's true.
Any other comments or questions on the motion? So we have a motion on the floor to renew the AT&T mobile cellular contract, $59,849 rather. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. All right, Cisco equipment and software.
Yeah, the next item is for Cisco equipment. This is our firewall network equipment, and primarily we only use our critical equipment we put on maintenance. Others, we have it there without it, and we purchase spare equipment. So it's really only what we term our critical that's there. And I'm asking that we go with NetTech out of Grand Rapids, who is not the lowest bidder, but they're the ones that currently provide service and support for our network. And I'm asking because if this is basically just a contract renewal with Cisco, and if I work with one of the others and purchase it through them, I'm going to just have to deal directly with Cisco and say I've got a hardware problem. They'll give me a new piece of hardware to replace it. But if I work through our current support provider, NetTech, I can call them. They will help diagnose the problem. Is it truly a hardware problem? Is it software? And they'll help us work through the issues. And as a part of our support with them, I don't pay an additional fee for that. And then if the equipment does need to be replaced, they'll get the equipment from Cisco and they'll bring it into the door and they'll replace it. They also have passwords to our network. We allow our support, and they have all of our configurations, so they can rebuild that equipment for us. And so in this case, I mean, normally I would go with low bidder, but I feel I'm getting a value add service for this one. And we've worked with NetTech since we put in the new courthouse. We went through a vendor evaluation at that time. They've been doing a great job for our department, and I would like to stick with them at this point, and I'd also like to purchase this contract through NetTech.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the renewal of the NetTech contract.
Support.
All right, moved by Commissioner Wheelock, seconded by Commissioner Thomas to approve the staff recommendation as
For
presented.
$1,300 a year, if we're confident of what we're getting and it's worth the money.
Okay, is there further?
Actually, it's
Go ahead. Commissioner Brandt.
more like 10%, but 9-10% total. But question for you, Dennis, and not specifically in this case, but in general, what is the percentage that the local vendor gets?
5%.
5%.
Okay, Dennis?
Yeah, let me see how well I learned this and how good of a teacher Don was. It took me a while to understand this. This is different than it might look. These vendors on the left, on page 22, all they do is resell the maintenance contract. They provide no service for that. The number on the right is the cost, the dollars on the right are the cost that we pay to NetTech each year for consulting services for network administration. And as Don explained it to me, while this may be $3,000 roughly more, that the potential in savings in the other side of their network cost will be significantly, will be that at least or more, because we won't have two vendors in there with two sets of passwords and two vendors in there trying to, one assessing the network and the other one servicing the contract. That, along with the fact that NetTech will provide this liaison work with Cisco so that they're actually going to do the installations and the repairs and those kinds of things, I think gives us a significant advantage, so I agree with this recommendation.
Okay.
Were there others that were in the same position as NetTech, or no? I mean, why didn't we do that in the specifications so we weed out those that are?
Don?
But we would, I mean, at that point, we would have to go out and say, do we want to actually change service providers? And I think for the amount I'm paying per year, they already do understand our network, and they've proven themselves.
No, Don, I think the question is more, with the two lower bidders, why didn't we put in the specifications that one of their jobs was to be the liaison between the county and Cisco, and then do the work with Cisco as NetTech is proposing to do.
Well, I guess I didn't put it in there because at that point, in order for them to be that liaison and do additional functions, they're going to need the passwords for our equipment. They're going to need to understand our network to be able to even make those determinations. A lot of times we have issues with the network that you can't tell if it's software or hardware. I mean, it used to be easier, but sometimes it's not now. And so I really only went to NetTech at that point, or considered going that route, because that way they already have the passwords, they already have our configurations to be able to work with. I would spend quite a bit of, I think, additional time with the other vendor trying to go through the diagnosis and workup. And if we do find it's a hardware problem, I still end up having to bring NetTech in to help build those configurations. And at that point, they're going to, if I don't purchase the contract with them, then some of these things that they say are not a cost, they become a cost. I start paying them for those services, where right now they're included as a part of the maintenance.
Commissioner Maxwell?
How many years have you used NetTech?
I think this is our 5th year.
Is this for overall maintenance, or is this for the Cisco contract? To clarify.
Well, we use NetTech, yeah, we've had the Cisco contract through them also, so I guess they're both one and the same. But they support all of the firewall issues, the networking, the specific to the network. We do servers, we do those support things ourselves, but we've gone to a vendor for the support of those other issues that they work on it all the time, and we don't have the expertise there. So we do some of the minor things, and we can replace some of the network equipment ourselves, but if it starts getting very complicated, then we go to NetTech and say, hey, can you come in and help us with this?
Commissioner Flees?
Don, what would a guesstimate be if, for example, we went with Wyant? What would a guesstimate be on additional cost that the county might incur because you wouldn't receive the services that you're presently getting from NetTech?
Yeah, my assumption right now is that, I mean, it's going to involve more of my staff time, because we have to contact Cisco directly ourselves then and say, we think we've got a problem here. And then they're going to work with our staff to make that determination. Then they're going to ship the equipment to us, and at that point, we're going to bring in NetTech and have them come in, and they say as soon as we make the initial call, you know, we'll be on the clock, where right now that's not the case. So I don't have a true estimate for you, but I think that the $3,000 difference over 2 years is going to be more than enough savings for me to utilize that service.
Okay.
Any other questions on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Max Bauer?
No.
Thomas?
Yes.
Richardson?
Yes.
Friend?
Yeah, no.
Wheelock?
Yes.
Flees?
Yes.
Chairman Inman?
Yes. Motion passes 5-7, excuse me, 5-2. Okay, moving on to IBM.
This is for a replacement of our primary, it used to be called our mainframe. I wouldn't really call it a mainframe anymore, but it is our primary system that we use to house the applications for the finance payroll, does utility billing for both city, county, construction code. All of the courts utilize this system, delinquent taxes, the clerk has vital records. And so basically we went out for bid for a replacement of that system, and we are recommending the low bidder for that.
Commissioner Friend?
Motion to approve the bid to DMC Technology Group in the amount of $29,385 for the IBM I-Series Power 7 purchase.
Support.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Friend, support by Commissioner Max Bauer to approve the IBM Series Power 7 purchase as presented. Is there discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes.
The next item is the North Point classification software system, and this is tied into our New World upgrade that we're going, and Bob Hall is here to talk about this a little bit too.
Okay.
We've been using software on our AS400 to do classification, and one of our programmers built that and built in a set of questions, and Bob has worked with North Point for a long time, but what we've recently found out is when we upgrade to the New World system, they're not going to let us continue to use the set of questions that we built into our AS400 system without purchasing their additional software. And they have a copyright, I guess, basically on this decision tree classification that determines the level for the inmate, I guess, the level of risk or danger for that inmate. And so there is a contingency in the project of $35,000. And what we'd like to do is purchase this software. It interfaces directly with the New World. So they have worked with them in the past and supplied this to many organizations. But it was really kind of unforeseen. We didn't realize they were going to tell us that New World allows us to build our own questions, but they kind of came in and said, you've been using it all along, not quite legally according to our copyright restrictions. And at this point of the upgrade, they're going to enforce it. And we recently found that out.
Bob?
The classification system is an integral part of our jail operation. As Don explained, it's a mechanism by which we assess or rate each inmate coming into the jail before they move back to general population. Allows us to learn all we can about the inmate, to assign them their housing, their program activity, their custody level, all based on their prior criminal history, their prior institutional behavior problems, and the predicted institutional behavior problems. We've been using this program, the North Point model, the classification model, since its inception back in the mid-'80s. We were one of the 3 pilot counties that helped start the program and get it off the ground. It's a tried and proven program, and it's used by most counties all over the United States, county jails and prison systems. We don't want to change. We want to stay with the North Point program. The problem we ran into, as Don mentioned, is that with the upgrade into this new World classification, or the New World software for the jail, we cannot input our own manual questions that mirror the North Point model into the computer. If we do that, we're in violation of their copyrights. By moving into the North Point program and them maintaining the program and supporting it, it opens up the door to a lot of other things that we can't do right now. They even have a portion of their program that allows us to objectively determine whether or not a particular inmate would be a good candidate, or risk-wise, to be a trustee, or an inmate worker is what we call them. Right now, it's done based on gut level of the classification officer. It would offer us integration of their classifications throughout the entire jail management program. It includes in their rosters, programs. If we bring up programs and bring up an inmate based on their classification, it would tell us whether that inmate's even eligible to attend that program or not. So I highly recommend we do that. We were going to manually do it, as I said, but they won't let us do that anymore. So,
Commissioner Fleece.
I would move that we approve the purchase of the North Point classification interface software in the amount of $16,900.
Support.
And the first-year maintenance in the amount of $1,440.
Moved by Commissioner Fleece, seconded by Commissioner Friend. Is there discussion?
Support on one condition. You let Sheriff Bensley know that when I was originally reading through this, my first thought was, why aren't we using ICE money for this? But then I noticed you're using the contingency, so.
Right.
I asked about the ICE money anyway. I met with
I
the
know the
sheriff,
sheriff would be
so.
disappointed if I didn't
There.
ask about it.
Any other questions? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes.
thank you.
I just want to
Bob.
point out too, if I could, North Point is a local firm
Yes.
that started years ago that is
They're
nationally
national.
known, works on jail systems across the nation, you know,
Right.
30-some employees here in Traverse City, so.
Right. All right, disk-based backup.
Yeah, the next item is the disk-based backup and recovery. Right now, our solution, we're backing up to a tape library, and we have 25 servers, more than that, as we keep growing, going into that tape library. And we take those tapes off-site every day. We move them, we rotate them. And we also have servers in other locations in other buildings, and they go to their own individual tapes, and then someone goes to those buildings and moves tapes on those. And what we're proposing here is that we would have a unit sitting at our building that is a complete disk storage unit. And we would also have another one that we're planning on putting over at the health department because they have a UPS and generator to back up the backup unit. The unit on site is where the backup will take place, but then it'll replicate all of the data also to that off-site location. So that gives us our off-site copy without anybody having to manually move things around. And so this ended up being a very, I guess, complicated process. We didn't think we would be into it this much, but we ended up, we started out, we had 6 vendors, and 3 of my staff, and we also had Ron Plomondon from Leelanau County help us with some of the evaluation. And we did go through, we did a rating, and we picked the top 3. And pretty much we had one who really didn't qualify because the AT&T only provided off-site storage, didn't even provide the software solution to get the data there, and didn't provide the on-site that we were also looking for. Probably go through these in order, though, just to make sure GS Solutions was one of our top 3, and they looked very promising, but after we got into their solution, this was the one that got the most complicated, and we had probably 3 different conference calls, but it ended up finding out that only if we went with their option 3 did we even have a possibility of matching what the other vendors provided. And then option 3 said you have to replace all your current storage with our storage. And what we wanted to do was separate our live storage from our backup. I mean, otherwise, if we lose that one unit, we've just lost both our live data and our local on-site storage. And so after going through, finding out options 1 and 2 didn't provide all the capabilities, option 3 was really a much bigger requirement and would need a lot more planning to even go down that route. We took them out of the solution or recommendation also. We had NetTech as a vendor. They provided, I think they're just starting to get into the storage market. They had the highest price, really didn't go through and answer a lot of the questions in the RFP, so we did not follow up on their proposal. We had Dell, and Dell looked like a great solution and probably would have worked for us, and actually they proposed the same software as the other vendor we're recommending, the Commvault software. We really found the software ended up being the true capability of what we were looking for. They packaged theirs with an appliance, so everything was all in one unit, and it seemed like a really good option, but we also found out that the licensing for the software is locked onto that appliance, so that even when we get to end of life of the appliance, we would have to purchase the software over again. I mean, I kind of went round and round with them, and that's where we finally ended up, that we could not move that license off to another thing. And just kind of the way they went the whole roundabout, not answering the question, too. It took me 3 times to keep asking to even get one from them. There was a little bit on service side, too. We had checked with some of their references, and 2 of the references, they had used an off-site Dell support. We were going to get on-site. So it was different there, but 2 of them said they would not use the Dell installation support. One of them hired another vendor to come in and help them do it. One of them said, I think I'm training the staff at the same time I was doing it.
Consider my personal experience right along those lines with Dell.
Well, you know, and I think they have a lot of great products. They're just moving, I think, into the service side. And that's where I guess we ended up not having the comfort level on the service side. I think it probably would have worked in the end, but with those in there, we saw no reason not to go to the other vendor whose references checked out fine.
And Don, I think the other vendor that you're recommending was about $3,000 cheaper.
Right, yep. So yeah, Action Associates, they had recommended an upgrade of our current solution, but part of the reason we're looking for something different is there's a lot of this scripting and command line, and we're not real comfortable that we're always backing up everything. And we want to have that 100% confidence in the data that's getting backed up. The Commvault software has multiple methods of archiving the data, complete server images, individual files. I mean, it gave us a lot of the choices that we were looking for. And so, I mean, we were willing to consider an upgrade of our existing software, but we found even with that upgrade, the capabilities still weren't there. Which brought us to DMC, and I did have one error on there. There was a spot in there where I said hardware support would be provided by Dell, but it's IBM. So they're providing IBM hardware with Commvault software. And after going through their references, everybody said they're still using the vendor, they would continue to use the vendor. As far as the Commvault software, a couple people just said, it is a little bit more expensive than some other solutions, but it was the best decision they made. They said able to restore data, their staff have saved a lot of time in able to do the backups and the restores.
So Don, this will prepare us in the case of an emergency or a disaster. We'll have complete backup at a separate location, which is part of our emergency preparedness plan.
Right, so yeah, even if this building, we would have to get new equipment to bring this site back up again, but all of our data is sitting over at the other building then. And there's a new feature of the software, which I guess it's kind of geeky side, but they offer this deduplication technology that our data, when we save it over there, they look at the data that's on the disk and they only save what has changed. And they don't even look at a whole file to see if a whole file, we could have a gigabyte file. But if only like some little block of data has changed in there, that's all that they have to resave, and yet you can rebuild a complete server. And we always go through creating multiple sets. We do weekly backups, we do daily backups. And they're saying that you can get about a 95% reduction in the data that's saved. And so we don't have to keep adding storage to that backup to match what's on our live, because it really reduces it down. Well, it'll end up using less storage there than we need on the live side. So we do feel it's a great solution. So with that, we'd like to recommend the DMC vendor.
I had Commissioner Wheelock and then Commissioner Friend.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the contract with DMC in amount of $104,163.70 for the backup system.
Support.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Wheelock, seconded by Commissioner Friend to approve the disk-based backup and recovery RFP for DMC in the amount of $104,163.70. Is there discussion? Commissioner Richardson.
Either Dean or Dennis, I just had a question about, this is budgeted for this year?
Yes, it was budgeted for last year and carried over with some additional money they had in the budget for this year.
Any other questions? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. All right, document image.
Yeah, the next item is document imaging, and this is continuing to move forward with the imaging implementation. So Carol Stocking is here from District Court, and also then we wanted to look at circuit court records to do an analysis and design. We've been working with ImageSoft, who is our vendor that we have worked with for all of our document imaging applications over the last few years. And they came in and worked with Carol, IT. We did an analysis design for the District Court civil, landlord, tenant, small claims processes. And Carol also went down to Ottawa County, saw how they were doing it. They do have an implementation using this product already, and saw how they were using it there. And we're going to be sharing some of the code that comes from Ottawa. They're going to be using that, importing into the system. So some of our workflows will already be built at that point. And it will include the document scanners. And we're looking at 3 counties. We're looking at doing the Leelanau, Grand Traverse, and Antrim. So each of those divisions would be covered, so scanners would go into each county then. Barcode label printers, the client software licenses that are needed, scanning software, and then the entire system development as part of that. It'll be integrated directly with their court system, so if they're on a court case, they can hit a hotkey and it will take them directly to the images that are associated with that case. It also gives them cues to work from, so as documents are moving from one person to another for action, those processes are built in and take place automatically. So, basically the paper's going to come in and get scanned, and while there's some restrictions, I think Carol talked, they can't get rid of the paper, they can just take what's scanned in a day, stick it in a day file, and they'll keep it, but they're not going to file it by the case. They're just going to scan it, it's in the system, they can retrieve those documents, and they would know this is the day it was scanned. If they ever had to go back and pull that original document, they'd still know which file to go to pull that document, so they still are following the requirements of the court.
This money is budgeted, by the way, in the capital budget.
Yeah, and on the circuit court side, we want to come in and do the analysis and review and see what the project involves. So we don't know the true cost of implementation there. But we want to look at circuit court records, circuit court administration, and the circuit court has already released an RFP to do e-filing to allow attorneys to e-file their cases, but we don't have anything on the back end to accept those documents at this point. So we really need some place, I mean, we don't want them to come in and then say, oh, well, we need to print them, and then we go back to an entire manual process. So the plan is that we'll build an internal system, so when the e-file is accepted, that document drops into a queue here, passes court data in, hopefully can even help build some of the court case data as long as it's accepted by the clerk, and then it would start going through the court system at that point.
Commissioner Friend?
Dennis, you mentioned that it was budgeted in the capital improvement fund, but do we have what the anticipated balance is at the end of this year? Because I know we did some adjusting and...
Last I recall, it was $462,000, but we'd have to go back and double check that. That would be after these expenditures.
Okay, and also I think we had some information on what we had budgeted for it next year and if anything was coming out of it. I don't think we had any capital budgeted next year.
Vehicles. Just
the
vehicles.
vehicles.
Mhm.
Okay.
And the road commission bond,
Right.
excuse me.
I would support doing this. I think that they obviously need to have this done, but I would like to know what our capital improvement balance is. So I'd like to make a motion to table this for 1 week to the Board of Commissioners meeting. And in the meantime, if we could get that capital improvement fund balance.
Is there?
I'll
I believe
support.
we need a second on that? Okay, moved by Commissioner Friend, seconded by Commissioner Maxbauer to move this, to table this item to the Board of Commissioners meeting for further information. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Aye. Let's do a roll call vote on that.
Commissioner Thomas? No. Commissioner Richardson?
No.
Friend?
Yes.
Wheelock?
No.
Fleece?
No.
Maxbauer?
Yes.
Chairman Newman?
No. Motion fails 5-2. Do we have another motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we move forward with the district court process implementation for the imaging system at a cost of $141,850.
All right, moved by Commissioner Wheelock, seconded by Commissioner Fleece to move forward.
Clarification, please. That would be district court and circuit court.
Okay.
Didn't
All right.
say just one.
Everybody understand the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Richardson?
Yes.
Friend?
No.
Wheelock?
Yes.
Fleece?
Yes.
Maxbauer?
Yes.
Thomas? Chairman Newman?
Yes.
Could we get an analysis on
Motion
that 2010?
passes.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll bring that next week.
Yeah, we
Okay,
can
thank
get that
you.
information to the board meeting. All right. All right, Don, we want to move on with,
And I assume that we bill Antrim and Leelanau County for any portion of this?
Yeah, and one other thing I'll just
Proportionate
mention, it's tangential to this. The system, imaging system is working very well in the departments that we're using, and the city is now, Dean just told me, the city is now looking at it as a possible use for their accounts payable. So we bought the kind of the infrastructure, and hopefully we're going to get others to help spread the cost and help bring that cost down in the system.
okay, we have two items that were pulled from consent calendar. Under A2, we'll start with that one on page 8. You could refer to that. Don, do you have that in your
That was the
agenda?
VMware contract
Yes.
renewal?
Yes.
Okay. This is it's called our virtual server environment, and so it's the software that runs the 25 different servers that are listed here. So we're recommending that we would continue with go with a 3-year contract with the low bidder.
Okay, Commissioner Friend, you had pulled that item. Would you like to address that?
Sure, hold on 1 second. Actually, this, not specifically, this is the first one I noticed it on, but in a couple of the other issues that we've already dealt with this morning, the cost increase is interesting to me. Typically, you don't see like an 86% cost for the next year and a 37% cost for the subsequent year. Is that just something specific to this?
I'm sorry, these are cumulative.
Oh, okay.
So this is actually, yeah, it's 9,000 for 2 years versus, I mean, otherwise, the 1 year, you'd have to add that.
Is there anything there that tells me that? So,
Well, just that it's a one-year contract is 4,000, a two-year
Okay.
contract. And what happens is you pay it up front, and that's the benefit of it, but then they tie up the business for an extra
Okay.
year. So we'll try to be more clear about that next time we bring it.
Okay.
So yeah, the average comes out at 4,136 if we do a 3-year, and it locks in the pricing.
That's down on the bottom.
okay, so motion to approve to award the 3-year bid to ISC in the amount of $12,408.43.
Support. All right, moved by Commissioner Friend, supported by Commissioner Wheelock to move forward with the VMware contract renewal. Is there a discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed?
No,
None.
that was an aye
All
for a
right,
yes.
okay, all right. Motion passes.
And the other one was the IBM
Correct.
server storage network maintenance, and this is very similar. I mean, it's a 2-year cost versus the 1-year cost. We did go back, and I made a slight modification. We have our tape library that we're going to have online as we make our transition into our newer disk-based solution, but I only want to do that for 1 year. We may find that it's not needed. And so I did talk to the vendor, and they were fine with the removal of that second year on that one item. And that's where I came up with the $13,270.
That was my question, the modification to it. Were there any modifications needed by the other vendors or no?
It would have still put them in the same category had I removed that amount. I mean, it was just, after we went into it, and we said, let's only do a 1 year. So they would have had a similar reduction on each of theirs.
Okay. So I move to approve the bid to ISC in the amount of $13,270.67.
All right, moved by Commissioner Friend, seconded by Commissioner Fleece, to approve the IBM server storage area network maintenance. Is there discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes.
Next time, I'll put that in a third column, though, to show that, so you can see each of them.
Good job, Don.
Thanks,
All right,
Don.
thank
After
you.
years of being with Don, I always notice that when he starts to explain these things, if he's explaining an item and he starts to smile, he's getting into that geeky range, because it's kind of getting exciting, and that's when it's time to stop.
And he's talking about big numbers.
He did mention geeky,
so. And as he was talking about the added, service that provided, and he said it was geeky, I kind of thought it was interesting too, so I'm not so sure
Really?
what that's.
Okay.
Well, and that's, I mean, I never want to underdo it, but I don't want to overdo it, so if
We're
you ever
watching.
think I am, just tell me, please. Thanks.
Thanks, Don.
All right, thanks, Don.
Someday
we'll
he'll
move-
bring us something that's cheap, but I don't,
I don't think so.
maybe
I don't
not.
think
All
so.
right, we are going to move on to
Most
planning and
dads.
development. We have,
Excuse me,
yes,
Mr. Chairman, I had pulled the child care fund. Was that?
that was moved to finance item 6.
Oh, thank you.
G6.
Okay?
I wrote
We'll-
it down wrong.
Don't worry about it. Item C, planning and development. We have a proposal for establishing an affordable housing trust fund. We have Gene Dorenzi here. Do you have anyone else that you'd like to introduce? Floor is yours. If you could just take a moment and just introduce the three of you for the audience.
Bill Rokas, Chairman, Grand Traverse County Land Bank Authority.
Sarah Lucas from the Northwest Michigan Council of Governments.
And I'm Jean Dorenzi with the Planning and Development Department and staff to the Land Bank Authority. We have a PowerPoint presentation for you today that gives a brief overview of what is contained in your packet, and we leave it up to you based on your agenda time constraints, whether you'd like us to give that presentation or open it up to discussion relative to what's in your packet.
How long is the presentation?
It gives a...
5-6 minutes?
It's 13...
5 minutes?
5-10 minutes. 8 minutes.
You're on the clock.
All right.
So do
Proceed.
you want to say something before we start, or?
Oh, I could, if you'd like.
Sure.
Briefly, just as a quick overview, the Land Bank is proposing to take foreclosure funds, which we have gained through the sale of tax foreclosed properties, to establish this housing trust fund. And we believe that this provides a unique opportunity for the Land Bank and the county to address the housing needs, or to assist the housing needs of the county. So with that, I think we'll just start the presentation.
Okay, Gene, go ahead.
Sure. As I indicated in your packet, we have a working group that we established, and we have quite a few representatives of our working group here, which is a wide range of community representatives from Acme Township, from City Commission, Homestretch, our nonprofits, Habitat, representatives from the schools, City Housing Commission. So I want to recognize that they are also part of the audience and also part of the working group that strategized on how to bring the proposal that's in before you today. Today, we're just going to talk about the approach, how the Land Bank approached this issue, the process, and go by section on the proposal, and wrap it up with the recommendation from the Land Bank Authority. The approach, before we even started looking at a housing trust fund, we looked at why we'd want to. And we looked at the county board strategic plan, which identified a goal that indicated that you wanted to improve the quantity and quality of affordable housing in Grand Traverse County. We also looked at the Land Bank strategic plan. When we organized the Land Bank Authority, we brought together all of the townships, the city, the villages, and our stakeholders, being the Michigan Land Use Institute, Rotary, all of our stakeholders. And the primary reason on why they wanted that the county established a land bank is to look at affordable housing and be creative and help be a tool to bring affordability to Grand Traverse County housing markets. We also looked at the Grand Vision, and within the Grand Vision, there was 85% of the respondents that indicated that they wanted to improve low-income housing within Grand Traverse County. When you look at that, the Harris poll in the Grand Vision, it brought the core values of the community, and 85% of the respondents indicated that that was a very important component to our community. We also looked at the 2009 housing needs assessment that identified that the quality and quantity of affordable housing was woefully understocked in Grand Traverse County. And then we also looked at the lack of state and federal funds that were coming to Grand Traverse County to build and rehabilitate housing in Grand Traverse. We also put together constraints. When we built this proposal, we put constraints in there that we did not want to look at any budget from the general fund to go into this proposal. That also identified that we needed to leverage those funds that went into that. You will notice that in your packet, we already match dollar for dollar those monies that are going into the Housing Trust Fund. We have received a HUD Challenge Grant that's over $195,000 that matches what will go in there. And we also looked at the inclusive approach. We wanted to bring back together our stakeholders. And we brought in national experts on housing trust funds, and we also looked at other trust funds in Michigan. The other part that we did with the process is that we came back to you in June. We put a proposal together, but before we went further, we wanted to check with you. What do you think about establishing a housing trust fund, and do you want us to move forward? You indicated you liked the concept, but wanted us to research further the administrative piece. And since June, we have done that extensive work on the administrative review on how the trust fund would be organized. Now we're getting right into the proposal. The proposal and the goal is quite simply, it'll establish a dedicated fund to help assist in the rehabilitation and the creation of affordable housing for our county. Section 2 is the sources and use, the sources of the trust fund monies. The startup fund money, which I identified in June, would be the 2006 and 2009 tax foreclosure proceeds, which equate to $190,159. And that, if you approve this, would be established in 2011. Thereafter, starting in 2012, we would look at 75% of the net sale proceeds of the tax foreclosed properties and land bank sales properties that would go into the Housing Trust Fund. In the fourth year, we would reevaluate that percentage and come back to you and tell you what the percentage we would recommend would go into the Housing Trust Fund. The goal of this is that we would reduce that percentage. We know that the tax foreclosed properties, our goal is that there will be 0 tax foreclosed properties in our community. So we have to reduce the need to put the percentage of that in our trust fund. The second part of what we would do is we would look at grants, private donations, and any other outside funding sources that would come into the trust fund we would accept. And again, I want to highlight that we did get the HUD Community Challenge Grant. We had $395,000, of which $195,000 will be matched into the Housing Trust Fund. The other component is that we want to have this a revolving fund. So there'll be very few grants that will be approved out of this fund. So we wanted it to be a revolving loan fund. It'll be loans that would be paid back, so it'll be a continual fund that will be utilized for our county. Section 3 is the administration and oversight. The Land Bank Authority, we did quite a bit of review and had our attorney review the options that were available to administer the trust fund. The county board could establish a county housing commission. The Land Bank Authority could enter into a contract with MSHDA to administer the housing contract. They could approve all of the loans that would come out of the trust fund, or we could enter into a contract with the County Board of Commissioners and the Land Bank Authority administer the trust fund. So the Land Bank Authority would recommend to the county board, and the county board would approve any proceeds that would be taken from the trust fund. And this is the recommendation that the Land Bank Authority and the working group is recommending. It gives us the support of the County Board of Commissioners and your input into what you are doing as a county board to help assist affordable housing in your community. The other component that we looked at was the other arm that was working for you to build affordable housing through your MSHDA grants. Currently, the City Housing Commission administers the MSHDA grants for you. We are asking and supporting that we have a more concerted effort and have the employee that administers the MSHDA grants on behalf of the county report to the Land Bank Authority, and then we would review the process and the process and progress of the MSHDA grant, and then do quarterly reports to the county board on the housing initiatives on behalf of the county board.
That would not preclude Ginny from coming to the county board periodically to make reports or updates to them, would it?
No, it would not preclude. Jenny would be part of the quarterly reports that would be coming to you. The Land Bank Authority would be presenting the report, and we would have her part of those reports to you.
And we would stress that the county board would not be approving the projects that are funded by the MSHDA program.
No, we're just giving a more comprehensive approach to how the housing components for Grand Traverse County are utilized.
Actually, basing on that question or that statement, Sonny, the county board doesn't review the MSHDA grants now,
No,
correct?
no.
But does anyone review the MSHDA grants? I mean, does any board review the MSHDA grants?
The City Housing Commission does that on behalf of the county board through a contract with you.
Okay,
Well, we still
but
accept the grants, though.
You accept the grants.
We
They
accept the
administer
grants, but my understanding is that if they meet the criteria, they're pretty much approved by the county administrator and Ginny Coulter together, and that the City Housing Commission doesn't actually get involved until it goes outside, the general boundaries of how the grants are issued. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I really like this approach, at least as a starting approach, because I think what it's going to do is I think it's going to give us more focus, have a board that's more focused on the issues of housing, where I think Commissioner goes along with what you were saying. We're not really focusing on that. It's part of our strategic plan and our goals, but we're not really paying the kind of attention maybe we should.
The other thing it helps us work through the housing needs countywide, not just through the city commission, through the city housing commission.
No, I absolutely agree, and I think option 3, where, the land bank was, starting out with this is a good step forward. But I would hope that we'd also be generally moving toward option 2, which is the formation and creation of a county housing commission, basically. And how I know I'm getting way ahead of myself and what's going on today, but I would hope that if that were to happen, the city housing commission would be basically folded into a county housing commission. But anyway, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Gene, I have a question before we move on to the... Sure. On the foreclosure fund
Yes.
part of it, I guess here's my uncertainty about that, is that, if you have a situation where you have someone that for some financial reason is unable to make their mortgage payments, they're unemployed, or, something's happened in their personal lives where they can no longer afford the home, and they are in a foreclosure process, I can't see that we would be, I can't see the advantages of, for example, catching the mortgage up, paying back taxes, and the person's still in the same situation with the lender, that they would not be able to continue to payments either on a tax basis or on a principal and interest basis. So I'm wrestling why we're messing with the foreclosure part, because those are going to be situations where the majority of them are going to be, you're going to be right back in the same spot 90 days later.
We're talking
I
about
think you have
tax
two-
foreclosed property.
Two questions, and I'll have Bill respond to the foreclosure process first.
Yeah, the county treasurer forecloses on the properties for non-payment of taxes.
Right.
So, and we also give hardships if a person demonstrates a need to give them extra time before we foreclose for the non-payment of taxes. And in a lot of cases, the mortgage companies come forward and pay those taxes prior to us foreclosing on them. So our foreclosures are a lot less than the bank foreclosures that have been going on. Last year, we foreclosed on, I think, 13 properties, 12 or 13 properties. So those are the properties that we're using or proposing to use to fund this housing trust fund. It's not that, I mean,
We're not providing, we're not
Those same
helping the
people aren't
person
gonna
that's
come
being
back.
foreclosed on to
You're-
keep
you're-
their structure.
All you're doing is paying the back taxes like you normally would?
We're
We're
taking
not
the
dealing
prop-
with the bank foreclosures, we're only dealing with the tax foreclosures.
Right, and then we're taking those properties and trying to utilize the funds we get from those properties to advance affordable housing and improve housing.
So you're going to take the
through
ownership of the
community.
property?
Yeah.
And then
We
turn
have
around
been
and put
taking
it into
ownership of the
affordable housing
property.
affordable housing pool? Is that what you're going to do?
yeah, and then we're
All right,
proposing
that makes
using
sense. All
those proceeds that we get from the sale of those foreclosed properties into this pool.
All right, okay.
What percentage of the Grand Traverse County population would be served by this?
When you look at the 2000 Needs Housing Survey, over 59% of our population is below the 80% AMI. So the population that would be serviced, we need more affordable housing within our community. So what part of the community would be served are the people that are at or below 80% of the area median income.
And what did the
That's not my
percentage show?
question. My question is, how many? Is it going to be one party a year, or we have roughly 90,000 residents in Grand Traverse County?
Right.
Is it going to be 10 people, one person? How many people
Well,
would this help?
hopefully it'll be 10, 20, 50 people a year. We are just starting this, Commissioner Fleece, so it depends on the proposal we get in on a yearly basis when we go out for our request for proposals. So we'll be working and putting out a request for proposal for 90% of the proceeds that we have available. And we're hoping that we can get that affordability in a larger quantity, but it's going to take time to reach all of our community. This is a step forward to reach a part of the community a step at a time. We can't do it all at once. I can't tell you we're going to reach 20, 50, or 60 people a year, but I can tell you that we will have an impact on a percentage of the population.
She's also telling you that the need is great based on this needs assessment.
The need, it has been identified that over 59% of the 90,000 residents in our community need affordable housing.
Meet the guidelines.
Meet the guidelines.
I know, but this isn't even going to be able to scratch the surface. And I guess the question I really have is, why wouldn't we take this foreclosure money and give it back to all the citizens, or maybe in some other areas? I see people out there every day that would be eligible for this, but I don't see them working. I don't see them doing anything to better themselves. And I wonder why, if we got 90,000 people, why would we, at a stretch, say help 100 a year, and never mind the rest of the 90,000? Not do anything for them. Look at the people that are losing their homes to bank foreclosures. There's some that have lost property to tax foreclosure that just plain couldn't afford it. Why wouldn't we help those? And I think I have to agree with Larry. I think it's kind of a round robin deal. When that affordable housing becomes dilapidated again, they're just going to move on. You know, and I wonder if that's really meeting the need of our community. That's, I guess, my main emphasis. I don't think it does, and I think it can only do such a minor part. Even if you built 50 units of affordable housing a year, which I don't think you can, but we'll say you did. Mm-hmm. And I think some of the figures you're using, there's a lot of people that would fall into that. You're saying 59% of the
population of Grand Traverse County.
need affordable housing.
No, meet the minimum qualifications. There's a difference. Many of those people may have housing,
Right.
and it may be fine, but they meet the criteria that the federal government has for what is affordable. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If I could make a comment, the amount of affordability that's created is going to depend on what uses the fund is put to, whether it's to create new rental housing or new homeownership housing, or if it's to rehabilitate existing housing stock. But the fund, the proposal as it's written, would fund nonprofit organizations that would guarantee that affordability over the long term. So when you have that kind of situation, it's not direct individuals that are getting a handout, but the nonprofits are running eligibility screening processes to make sure that they qualify for a mortgage, or that they can pay a portion of the rent, or that they can repay a loan that is being made to rehabilitate a home. So it's not going directly out to individuals. It's going into another process where nonprofits are screening applicants. And I guess the other item I was going to mention is that while the amount that's going into the trust fund now is not a huge amount of money, what we're trying to do is leverage additional sources. And so it's been doubled already by a grant that was received last month through HUD. And there's stipulations in the proposal itself that this fund wouldn't be the only source of money for any projects that would go through the process. So we're asking that other organizations bring money to the table when a proposal comes forward. Okay. So it's not just taking the money and putting it out in the community. It's bringing other sources into these projects as well.
Commissioner Maxbauer and Commissioner Wheelock.
What do you define as affordable housing? And because I maintain there's a great deal of affordable housing out there right now. I can show you a two-bedroom, two-bath, virtually brand-new condominium for $75,000. So, and that piece of property is difficult to sell. And it includes, yeah, I mean, appliances, I mean, so I guess, how much affordable housing do you believe is already out there? Have you taken a look at that? And what do you use as a definition for affordable?
Well, the definition of affordable is 30% or less of your household income. So it's not actually the price of the home that we look at, it's the gap between the income that the family has and then the actual price of that housing. So while there may be some housing stock out there, we still have quite a few households that are, well below that affordability range as to being able to afford that $75,000 condo, for one thing. And for another thing, a lot of the stock that we see on the market that looks affordable on the surface, when you actually take a look at that housing stock, a lot of times it's quite a bit older, might need a lot of repairs. It might be, far out in the rural areas where the people have to commute. The utility costs are higher for older housing. So while they might be able to get a low sales price on the house, what they have to put into it over the long run is not affordable for a low-income family. So there's that issue to consider as well. The other item I'd just like to point out, particularly in the city, what we see as far as affordable price ranges are usually for very small houses, and so people with children, families with children, it's going to put them into an overcrowding situation if they're, if they're buying homes within their price range. So.
Commissioner Wheelock.
Well, I know we're interrupting Gene's PowerPoint presentation here, but I think the thing that we have to remember is this is a first step. We create the Housing Trust Fund. We've already, even by the discussion that we are considering providing it or establishing this, we've already secured $195,000 of HUD money. When we talk, Larry, about giving the money back to the community, we've been able to leverage this money and already doubled it. So by us having this money and being able to leverage it against MSHDA funds and HUD money, that's where we're going to make a difference. We historically have partnered with the nonprofits and we've provided houses through Housing or Habitat for Humanity. I think, and there's going to have to be, at least in my mind, there's going to be a philosophical change that's going to evolve as we continue with this program. Are we going to partner with developers that are for profit? And if we are, those folks have the capability of building that 50-unit affordable housing. But, Habitat doesn't, Homestretch doesn't, generally have the capability, but a developer for profit maybe. So there may be some future discussions with those type of developments. The other thing is, and the thing that I talk about on a regular basis, is there may be affordable housing in the core areas of the city of Traverse City. Not everybody in Grand Traverse County lives in the city of Traverse City. I cannot take a family that lives in Fife Lake or Kingsley and say, well, I can help you with affordable housing, but you have to move to Traverse City. And that's why we need to expand this program, continue to assess our housing needs countywide, so as and the Council of Governments is doing it regionally, because we cannot say that we provide affordable housing, but it's all in the city of Traverse City. We have to come up with a way to help us leverage money to provide affordable housing in Out County. And that's what this Housing Trust Fund does for us.
Commissioner Richardson, then we will move on with your presentation. Okay.
Just briefly, yes, the problem is very large, and this is a small step. But the point is that it is a step in the right direction. And as Sonny was saying, it really is about leveraging money. And the fact that we are, we can establish a housing trust fund that attracts more money from outside the community. And what this is reinvestment. This is investing in ourselves, investing in our own housing stock, because there is a very great disparity between how much housing costs and how much people, earn in jobs up here. So I'm very supportive of it. There are still a lot of questions that have to be answered and a whole lot of work that has to be done on how this is structured and where the money goes, but it is that important first step.
Sure. Gene, if you could complete your proposal.
Section 4 of the proposal identifies the eligible applicants, and it's identified we will be partnering with for-profit and nonprofit organizations. If it's a for-profit, there will be a restriction that maintains affordability for 20 years on that development. Section 5 talks about the activities and percentage of funds used. This section requires that all projects must support the creation or preservation of housing that is affordable to households with incomes at or below 80% of the area median income. It will be used for rehabilitation.
Can you move your microphone over, please? Thank you.
It'll be used for rehabilitation, energy efficiency, land bank, and construction, new construction of affordability. Section 6 is the distributions. The distributions request for proposal will be issued each year for 90% of the available funds, and the remaining 10% will be used for project planning process. Section 7 is the leveraging, and it requires that the maximum amount of trust fund monies utilized in a project cannot exceed 50% of the total project. That brings in the private and nonprofit and the leveraging pieces into a project. And Section 8 is the grant or loan award process. The criteria will be established on a yearly basis based on the community need of that year. The criteria will include factors, including maximizing partnerships, the leveraging of funds, the compliance with local and county plans, the location within a planned growth and investment area as identified within the grand vision, the long-term affordability, and the experience of the developer and the energy efficiency components of the development. The recommendation, the Land Bank Authority has completed a very in-depth analysis along with the working group, and we are confident that this is a small step forward and definitely an ability to leverage different funds, and we are recommending that you establish an affordable housing trust fund as outlined in the proposal established in the fund dated October 21st, 2010.
Larry?
Yes.
I got a question for Bill. The foreclosure funds in the past, where did they go?
Prior to the county opting in and becoming the foreclosing governmental unit, all the proceeds from these sales went to the state of Michigan. So these funds, this $190,000 that we're talking about, are all the proceeds that the Grand Traverse County has accrued since we've become foreclosing governmental unit. If we had not done that, this $190,000 would have been sent to the state of Michigan.
But Bill, beyond that, don't you use those funds don't you have to use some of those funds when you foreclose on properties?
No, these funds are just the proceeds from the sale. We also have fees that get added to the tax bills as they're delinquent, or foreclosure fees. Those as well used to go to Lansing prior to us becoming foreclosing governmental unit. And we use those fees to fund the foreclosure process. So, and there is an excess of funds in the fund. The fund, if you look at the fund when you receive a trial balance or the budget, Fund 618, there's about, believe there's, in addition to this $190,000, which is restricted, there's about $200,000 that we've accrued since we've taken over of excess foreclosure fees that we've received to run the program.
Bill, is that money that we use like to Which money do we use, like if we take a property over and we have to clean it up, or there's some kind of a problem with it? What do we use?
We've been using the foreclosure fund to upfront those costs, and then we've been, the other thing to point out is when we sell these properties, it's not the gross proceeds from the sale of those properties that go into this restricted fund, it's the net proceeds. So if we have used funds to clean up a property, or if, and we also use the proceeds to pay back the delinquent tax fund for all the taxes that were not paid, those are still going to be deducted from the proceeds, and it's only the net proceeds that go into this, would be going into this new housing fund.
Did the county start this in 2006 then, or what year?
I believe that was the first year, that's the first year that we had auction proceeds. This foreclosure process started in 1999, and for the first, I believe it was 5, I don't know exactly, but for approximately the first 5 years, the state of Michigan handled all this process. So once the parcels started foreclosure, it was turned over to the state of Michigan, and they maintained, they kept all the fees, they kept all the foreclosure sale money, and it wasn't until we agreed to take it over in the county treasurer's office to be the foreclosing governmental unit that those fees come to us, and then we do the foreclosure process and the sale.
Those dollars also could be placed into general fund, correct?
The auction proceeds, and that's this $190,000 that we're talking about, that's what I've come to you every June and give you a report saying that these funds are now available to the general fund. At the last time we did that in June of this year, we requested that you basically table not using those funds until we had the time to establish looking into this housing trust fund. And that's what we were recommending that you do with them, but it is your decision whether you wanted to, what you wanted to do with those funds. There's a couple-year lag there between when we actually sell the property before it's made available to the general fund or this trust fund, and that's to make sure that we have funds in that fund in case we have some liability issues or some unforeseen issues with the property. So that's...
Okay. We have Commissioner Wheelock and then Commissioner Friend, and what I'd like to do when we conclude this part of the agenda is to take a 10-minute break.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we authorize the Land Bank Authority to continue to investigate and create the Housing Trust Fund with foreclosure funds to help with affordable housing in Grand Traverse County.
I'll second that.
Okay. Would that cover the resolution on page 45, Gene, that you're looking for? Make sure we're going to hit all our points.
I'm not sure what page, it's the conclusion.
The actual wording on the resolution is that the Land Bank Authority is authorized to continue to investigate the opportunity to create the Housing Trust Fund, and the foreclosure funds shall continue to be held in a foreclosure account.
Our recommendation, Sonny, is that the county board establish the County Housing Trust Fund. The resolution that you're looking at, attachment A, is the resolution that you approved in June.
Okay. Okay.
So today, we're asking you to approve the establishment of the Housing Trust Fund.
And no money would be spent out of it without the county board.
Moved by Wheelock.
Correct. The county board would have to approve all expenditures out of that fund.
Okay. Moved by Wheelock. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Richardson. Discussion? Commissioner Max Bauer.
I don't want to give you the impression that I'm opposed to this, because I'm not. But my point was that there is affordable housing out there. And by the way, the condominium is 1,000 square feet, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 4 years old. So, repairs aren't an issue, and it's off a Holiday Road. And I can show you more than one. So I just want to impress that as you look for affordable housing options, you look at what is already available out on the market.
Commissioner, just last week, you heard a report on the new grant that we received from the federal government, and I believe there's $50,000 in that fund for the inventorying of affordable housing in Grand Traverse County. So I would encourage everyone to do that part of the study before we start looking at allocating money out of this fund for
Yes.
projects.
It's not only an assessment, but it's going to be an ongoing
Inventory.
database.
Yep.
Absolutely. And
Commissioner Wheelock.
it's an inventory of both, the housing need and the available housing that's in the community. I think the two pieces have to be attached together. You know, one of the things that, always drives me nuts with this process is the AMI. 80% of the AMI here is like $52,000. And I'm not too sure about all the people in this room, but I'm very confident that my employees don't take home $52,000 a year. So, that's family income. So you'd have to look and see where the family income is. But I believe that $52,000 number is pretty inflated, or it's not weighted by the numbers. It's supposed to be the AMI, but I still don't believe that number.
Comment? Could I make-
Sure.
I'd just like to point out that one of the things that will go into the RFP process for the proposals, we'll be looking at the inventory and the need on an annual basis for the RFP, and there will be different scoring criteria attached to each one of those components, whether it's rental or there'll be weighted numerical values associated with all those criteria. And what we talked about in the working group meetings was addressing projects that target lower incomes rather than the higher levels of those AMI ranges. So that's something that would be addressed in the RFP process.
Commissioner Flees.
I'm opposed to this on the basis that it helps such a small percentage of our residents. And I'm going to vote no, and I would rather teach them how to fish than give them the fish. I just don't think it's right, and people have to learn to help themselves. And I look at this as another government process. Starts out small, but pretty soon, and without government helping here, this thing wouldn't even get off the ground. I think we'd be better served by putting that money in the general fund.
Any other comments or questions on the motion? Commissioner Richardson.
It's certainly your discretion, Mr. Chairman, but you might ask if there's any public comment
Sure, I would be able to accommodate
on
that.
this particular issue.
Is there, thank you for coming. Is there any member of the public wishing to speak on this item? Yes, come on up and state your name and address. If you can keep it within 3 minutes, we would appreciate that.
I'm going to ask Sarah to join me for a second. A couple numbers. Cecil McNally, 911 South Union, Traverse City, Goodwill Industries. I'm sorry. Thank you for considering this. It's a tool. It's not.
Talk into the microphone if you could.
The Housing Trust Fund is a tool. I don't think it's a total answer. When you look in the county, I forget, what was the number of units, Sarah, that were required of affordable housing?
It was, the needs assessment had a recommendation of 1,100 ownership units and about 500 rental units.
Okay. And I think that might be one of the numbers that you were looking for, that, that's how much need there is out there. When you look at it on an individual basis, if somebody is making $9 an hour, which a lot of people in the service industry probably in their first 5 years, that's what they're making. If they go to the bank for a loan, they can basically afford a $60,000 house, which is about a $450 a month payment. And those are pretty hard to find, and even rental units are pretty hard to find. If you've got, $450 is what you can afford, that's 30% of your income. So, the Housing Trust Fund becomes a tool to help build some of the affordable housing. And for the nonprofit developers, if you're working with MSHDA to do a project, this is a 3-year time frame. If you start today, it's going to be 2 years probably before you actually start building to get through the whole process. And the trust fund can help provide some of those funds up front that you basically have to float until you get to the point that you break ground and can start drawing from that MSHDA money. So the need is there, and I just see it as a tool. It's not a total answer. And to know how many people, it's kind of hard to, maybe put that in a number, but Homestretch just finished Keystone Village next to the Goodwill Inn. I think from the time Bill started discussions with us till it was completed was 3 years. That's 24 units, so, you figure probably, 2.5 people in 24 units, is going to provide, housing for, 60 people. Is that a total answer? No, but it's a start, and it's, and that all came with, vouchers with it, which means that people have to pay 30% of their income, but whatever that 30% is what they pay. And as I said, if somebody's making, $9 an hour, $450 a month's what they can afford, but they're probably not going to find an apartment, in Traverse City or Garfield Township or close to, where they work to be able to do that. So, thanks for considering this. As I said, I think it's a tool, and it's not going to answer everything, but I think it's certainly an important piece in there. And the way that it's being approached, with, working with the Traverse City Housing Commission and with the Land Bank Authority, I think is a very cost-effective way of doing it rather than creating another layer to do that.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Any other member of the public wish to speak on the item, please state your name and address. Keep it within 3 minutes if you could.
Hi, I'm Shauna Fite. I live at 920 Boyd in Traverse City, and I work with the Michigan Land Use Institute. And I just want to address the idea that this is only helping a few individuals, because really affordable housing, by creating an adequate stock of affordable housing, it's really creating a healthier community for everybody. It's creating, a place that people can come, that they want to live, that they want to work, that, a young workforce can come and, start a business, or, we obviously have a huge service industry, so it provides housing for, people that are working, not just people that are looking for a handout. So I do think you got to look at the big picture and not just the fact that, it's 1 or 2 or 3 or, 20 individuals that are receiving funds. It really is helping to build a stronger community for everybody. And I think that the other great thing that this helps do is bring dollars from the state and federal dollars into our community that may otherwise just not come at all. The fact that we've already got federal dollars that are matching these potential foreclosure funds that would go into the fund is a huge, I think, a huge thing to really consider. If those funds were just to go back into the general fund, those dollars wouldn't be there. And to think that you're actually using foreclosure funds to, to prevent, part of creating affordable housing, you're going to be preventing future foreclosures. So I was trying to sit over there in my chair and think of another word to use other than just the idea that it's kind of a karmically appropriate thing to use foreclosure funds for, is to help create, an appropriate stock of affordable housing for residents in the county. So, and just to, also the one last point I think I want to make is just thinking that this is in line with the county goals, the city goals that have been outlined, and what the citizens said they wanted in the Grand Vision. So, if we really do want to, if we say that we want to create affordable housing, I think, we can all just recognize the fact that it doesn't happen without, without an established funding source. We need money to do it, and we need, and if we're doing that in a way that's actually, creating a system where those funds are being leveraged, I think it's just the perfect opportunity to do that. So thank you for considering this.
Thank you. City Commissioner Carruthers.
Jim Carruthers, 218 West 11th Street. I'm just here to support the efforts of the Affordable Housing Work Group and the Grand Traverse County Land Bank Authority in moving these processes along. The city has been working on these issues for a number of years, and with the help of the Northwestern Michigan Council of Governments and Sarah Lucas, we've developed the framework for affordable housing guidelines for the city of Traverse City, and land banking and trust funds are tools that we've identified as needed to, use for this process. And I'm just saying that, a lot of us are talking affordable housing. Well, it's time for us to put this in motion and make it happen. And I think this group has worked really hard and long on making something happen and trying to make it palatable for all of our regional municipalities and governments to work towards and make happen. So I think this is a good start. as we move along the needs, as we're seeing the needs grow through our failing and frustrating economies. So I'm hoping that you all will support this. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? All right, hearing none, we'll close public comment. Moving back to the board, we have a motion on the floor.
Larry, can I add one thing? I
Yes.
think the one thing that we have to realize is how innovative this concept is of taking tax foreclosed properties and using it to leverage for affordable housing. You know, it's just unheard of throughout the state of Michigan and throughout the country. It is a very innovative process, and we deserve an awful lot of, and give those people that have come up with the concept an awful lot of credit for what they've done, because it will make a difference in our community.
I have a question.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and supported to approve as presented on the screen to create a Grand Traverse County Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Fleece?
No.
Max Bauer?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Richardson?
Yes.
Friend?
Yes.
Wheelock?
Yes, ma'am.
Chairman Inman.
Yes. All right, passes with one dissenting vote. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. Thank you.
Something like a break?
Yes.
residential rentals.
Besides my name, I've got two. Besides my name.
Okay, we'll come out of recess, and you can note the time that we'll come back to the Ways and Means Committee meeting session. The next item is under D, Treasurer ATM Agreement, page 65. Bill, you get yourself introduced.
Yeah, Bill Rokas, Grand Traverse County Treasurer. This is I think this was in your packet, the ATM lease agreement, which was from Fifth Third Bank, which is our depository bank. They have basically agreed to put in an ATM machine on the campus somewhere, and this agreement would be no cost to the county, and actually if the usage was sufficient enough to cover their costs, we would also share in any profit 50-50 over their cost of that machine being in the governmental complex. They're not sure that that's going to happen, and that's why the term of this is not for a huge length of time, but then they also want to be able to, if it doesn't work out for them, they would like to be able to move it to different locations within the complex to see which would be the best. They may try it 6 months, say, at in the lobby of this building, in the front lobby, or they're also looking at the jail lobby to have it over there.
Well, potentially the district court building might make sense.
And the district court, I also mentioned that the district court possibly, but they are willing to do it at no cost and provide us with an ATM machine.
Commissioner Friend.
This actually was brought up again when you went to go for the credit card use. But actually the ATM, placing an ATM someplace on this government campus has been around for, gosh, a year and a half, or maybe even a little bit longer. Linda's worked so much on this and trying to get an ATM here. And Bill and Dean, any other banks that they talked with, any other providers, all charged a fee, and there was...
There was one other bank that did come forward with a no-cost proposal, but there was a lot more strings attached to that proposal as far as requiring us to have so many employees use or sign up for new accounts with that bank, which...
Basically, they would have a marketing tool to the employees to try to get them to have their accounts with that bank. So anyway, motion to approve the ATM lease agreement with Fifth Third Bank.
Support.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Friend, seconded by Commissioner Wheelock to move forward with the ATM agreement. Discussion. Commissioner Wheelock.
I guess, and obviously Fifth Third's going to decide where this thing is going to be. My initial thought was that it would be in the lobby of the jail, with the idea that, people are coming in there to pay bond payments and things, sometimes at night, sometimes on weekends, and that lobby is open 24 hours a day. It also has security cameras that are monitoring it.
Yeah, that's what we talked about.
So that kind of makes some sense. But, Bill mentioned that they might want to put it in the vestibule in this building, but there are not locks on the inner doors. Right. So, there's no access to that if the outer doors are locked, or else we would have to install locks on the inner doors in order for them to be able to get from the outside into that area to use it. So I'm not sure that works. Along with the fact that the jail is kind of centrally located between this building and the district court building. I would
if they did that, they might want to put up some signage directing people over to that jail. But that's what, they'll make that decision, I guess. Since,
how will we verify the operating costs so that we know when we're supposed to get paid?
Well, the operating costs, when the initial agreement that we had was that we were going to share the cost and the revenue. Now this is that they're taking all the cost. What they told me before was that they for non-Fifth Third users of this account, there's a $3 fee, which I've looked around, that's pretty consistent with what is charged for for somebody using somebody else's ATM machine. And I believe that we would need to have I think it was three, I'm not positive, but it was, there's a certain number that they would have to come up with usage on that machine. I'm not sure how we would
I just think
verify it, but
I think it's important that somehow we have a number. that
we'll
we
be
can
able to, I'm
validate
sure we'll
with
be able to get a report from them saying how much usage is on that machine. We were going to share $600 was going to be our cost per month. So if we get a usage report that shows they're generating more than that, then I would think we would be sharing in the revenue. But I can work that out. I'll be working that out with them.
Okay, any other comments or question on the motion? We have a motion to move forward with the ATM agreement. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes.
Mr. Chairman, while Bill's here, just two real quick things. Bill and Dean and I have been looking at the idea of repaying bonds with some of our own cash, because we have bonds out there that are at 5% and 6% interest, and we're looking at the viability of actually paying those, taking over those bonds, so that we're getting 5 or 6% interest, where now we're getting 0.5% on our investment or less. And so we're investigating that. So we just wanted to, I mentioned it once before, I want to keep that in your mind. We're still looking at that, and we may be coming back to you next month with some kind of a plan to try to reduce down or eliminate one of the bond payments, take over one of the bond payments. But I also wanted to pass out to you today a proposal that we're working with the city and the townships on. This is for refinancing of the wastewater treatment bonds. There's $21,960,000 in bonds that can be refunded and refinanced. And Bill has received from John Axe that we can save $1,999,547 in interest. And I'm passing out to you the breakdown. The city would save $1,144,201. Acme would save $173,200. East Bay would save $69,124. Elmwood would save $61,686. Garfield would save $534,938. And Peninsula would save $16,396. So you'll be seeing these next month. We're going to bring you the refinancing proposal. This has to be adopted by all the townships and the city.
Right, I've sent them the resolutions, and then there would be a resolution to the county board as well. But these are estimates, this is not
Right.
fixed
You don't know until you sell it.
savings, but that's the estimate right now if we were able to go to market, so.
Commissioner Richardson.
A couple questions. The savings are over what period of time?
The savings are over, I believe the issue, it's between 10 and 15 years left on that issue. The present value savings, I think, were they on that as well, or?
They're not, but they were 1.65.
Yeah, 1.65 million.
Okay. And they are county bonds?
They're county DPW bonds.
bonds.
We have the full faith and credit of the county behind those bonds.
But these are...
And they are callable now, that's why we can,
Right.
that's why we can do a current refunding, which generates the savings.
Okay, thank you.
Dennis, I have a question, and we'll move on unless anybody else has a question. On your first comment regarding drawing down on cash to pay out bonds, and I would assume you would create some kind of an accounts receivable.
That's what
We're working on how to account for that.
Yeah, the only issue I have is if you could check with our rating agencies to see how they would view the drawdown on cash versus the accounts receivable, because
It would also reduce our debt, though, as well. So.
Yeah, so, one view, I don't want to get a situation where we do something and then we later find out the bonding agency says, well, the drawdown on cash, we're going to, because of the lower cash limit versus your overall expenditures,
Yeah,
that's going to affect your
we're
bond
concerned
rating.
about those types of things, but generally, our bond rating agencies do not ask us questions about our cash balance. They're more concerned about what's your fund balance and your revolving tax funds.
Well, I'm talking about the fund balance, I'm not talking about cash.
Cash and fund balance are not the same thing.
And we will
though,
not
so-
be drawing down fund balance.
And cash is not.
Initially, we're trying not to draw down on
Trying
fund
to
balance.
do this so we don't impact our fund balances, and
So you're
cash
talking
is
about
not the issue. We have plenty
cash
of
from
cash.
what?
For example, right now,
Well,
we
we're-
invest our cash.
Yeah.
We have investments ongoing. Some of them
Yeah.
are 6 months, a year, most of them are short now.
You're talking about the cash that the treasurer invests?
Yeah.
Correct.
All right, okay.
Basically, what
Not
I'm
our
looking
fund
at doing is taking the cash that I normally invest, and instead of investing those in treasuries and CDs.
Right.
And
Okay.
so forth, taking that cash,
All right.
calling the bonds, and so in effect, we're basically investing in ourselves, and we're just trying to find a way to do that without impacting the fund balance. And if we can't, it still, to me, would make sense to do it, even if we have to impact the fund balance, because the savings are, the difference between what we're paying in interest expense versus what I'm earning in interest income is pretty significant right now. And the trend is that that's going to continue for a few years, so.
And these other governmental entities would be paying us back their normal payments with interest, right?
Yeah, or we would be reducing our interest expense in those subsequent
Right.
years, and the principal would be coming back.
And some of those opportunities are going to probably go away because several of the townships are looking at refinancing their debt through the DPW as well. And so some of that, may go away as a result. But we've talked with John Axe. It seems to be perfectly legal. John's fine with it. Really, Bill came up with this idea, which I think is really creative and appreciate it. Now we just want to work out the accounting piece of it to make sure that can happen. And we'll investigate to make sure that it isn't going to impact our bond rating. But
Right.
as Dean said, they don't usually concern themselves with fund balance or with cash because they understand that as a government, your revenues come in at different times of the
Right.
year. 5 years ago, it was coming in December and January, and now it's coming in July, August, and September. So cash is not something they're really concerned
And
with.
Bill deserves the credit for the idea, but last week, Bill met with the township treasurers and some of the township officials on looking at their respective debt issues and possibly doing something similar in their own regard, too. So it's a good idea. We have to work out some of the details.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Bill. All right, we'll move on to Public Works. Ross, if you could come up and get yourself introduced and...
Good morning.
Good morning.
The agenda items that I asked that the Board of Commissioners look at are the three items, the BPW reorganization, and that it doesn't really require any action at this point because you've endorsed before the reorganization plan. We had hoped to get some consideration in the lame duck session. That's not going to happen. I was informed of that last week. But I have also got commitment from Representative Schmidt at this time that he's requesting a new drafting of the bill for the beginning of the year so that it gets in early next year. And we'll follow up with Senator Allen and actually Senator-elect Walker to get the same bill drafted in the Senate. It's already been drafted this year, so it's just a matter of redoing it, but it has to be re-entered.
All right.
Wait, before you move on to I'm guessing you're moving on to the 50-50 split?
The only thing in the reorganization, all I did was lay out three options. The legislation does provide that it could be up to 15 members, and one of those members would be the Drain Commissioner. And it does clarify the issue that's been laying out there that we found out last year about whether Elmwood Township can legally be a member of the Board of Public Works. So the draft legislation clarifies that language.
I think they do need to clarify whether a supervisor from a neighboring adjacent township could be a part of the BPW. But with respect to that, I guess, I don't believe that expanding the BPW up to 15 members is going to make any improvement in the situation. As a matter of fact, I think it's going to be a cumbersome board. I would really like the water and sewer townships to consider either entering into an interlocal agreement or an authority.
They're looking at that, yeah.
Okay, well, I would like for them to know from this board how we feel. So with respect to this agenda item, same topic, I would move that we send a letter encouraging the BPW and the sewer and water to analyze and consider establishing either an authority or entering an interlocal agreement.
Support.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Friend, seconded by Commissioner Maxbauer. All right, discussion. Commissioner Maxbauer.
I share Commissioner Friend's viewpoint. I can't see a 15-member board agreeing on much of anything. I think it's going to be extremely cumbersome, and I don't think a whole lot is going to get done. I think it'll just bog itself down in its own weight. I'm not in favor of it. I am in favor of an authority. I am in favor of some kind of interlocal agreement to make it more efficient than it is presently, but certainly not expanding it.
Can I clarify the motion, please? Is your motion asking the Board of Public Works to consider as part of the expansion, as a part of the organizational structure of the Board of Public Works, that they look into these other two options, or are you just telling them you want that option? You want them to do that?
Well, Gina, which way would I want them?
I think the way you stated the motion was to investigate.
Do they analyze and consider establishing either an authority or entering an interlocal agreement?
Right.
You know, Russ, I understand what you're trying to do. There's layers of boards, and you're trying to get rid of the layers of boards, and I understand that. And in some interim time frame, that's valuable. But long-term, no matter how you structure this BPW, I think that you're going to have some of the same struggles that you've had previously. Specifically, if you have less than a majority of the sewer and water townships and decisions are made that expend funds specifically on that, they're going to have an issue that they don't have the overriding say. And conversely, you know, if you do the opposite and you have a majority in the sewer and water and they make some decision that affects the rural townships, they will feel that their voice is not strong enough or heard enough on this. I do think that, you know, these are the townships whose residents are paying those sewer and water bills that pay the bills.
That was, if you remember, my original recommendation a year ago last June was to have an 11-member board and have 6 of the townships, the ones who are paying the bills, on that. And the backup that I got was then they would have control of the board, and that's not right. But they do pay all the bills. So,
well, this is exactly what I'm saying. No matter how you structure it, you're pretty much...
But I think the interim, and that's what I've tried to stress with them too, even if you use this as the interim, and we've gone down and looked at authorities with them, and we intend, there's another one that we've got to go visit that we didn't want to visit at the time because it was involved with a person who was working on the investigation, and that would have been a conflict, in my opinion. So we're going to do that after the first of the year.
The problem with it being an interim here, as I say, it's valuable in the interim to get rid of that layering, is that it may never change. I mean, already I'm saying, why haven't we done an interlocal agreement or an authority? And I've talked to every one of these township supervisors. And, you know, one of the things is, well, it takes so long to set up. In this amount of time, we could have sent something up. So I'm thinking if we do something in the interim, there's not going to be that heat to drive us to actually reorganize it into a functional.
And that very question came up at the meeting when we looked at the business plan, and they said they want to look at the authority and they want to look at the intergovernmental agreement.
Right.
The master sewer agreement is nothing more than an intergovernmental agreement. The only thing it does, though, there's a state law that conflicts with Elmwood Township, where the authority and the intergovernmental agreement can be structured so that board would include them, regardless of state law.
Right.
So there are, Beth, you're right on the mark.
Dennis.
Well, I was just going to add that I also have some concerns. I'm really glad we're pursuing the legislation, and if you don't pass this today, I don't think it at all precludes you going to it once the legislation is approved. But I mean, another question that you might ask, especially if you decide to move forward with the 50-50 split, is in that case, as a county representative, I'm going to suggest to you that you're going to have a minority position on this board. The townships are all going to have a seat, but you're going to be a 50-50 partner, but have less seats than 50% of the seats. And so I think you have to think about those kinds of things as well. And I've always been a proponent that intergovernment, or an authority makes the most sense in this regard. But if this motion passes, I don't think it changes anything in regards to your ability to do it 2 months or 4 months from now when the legislation passes.
All right, any other comments or questions on the motion? The motion is to send a letter to the Board of Public Works to ask them to investigate the possibility of an interlocal agreement or an authority in terms of the organizational structure.
That we encourage them to do so. And we'll
Encourage
support
them to do so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes. All right.
Okay,
Ross.
Mr. Chairman, the second item deals with the 50-50 split, and I know everyone's aware of it. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have on it. I think that in the business plan, that's one of the critical items that we've got going for the next 5 years.
Commissioner Max Bauer.
Ross, in your memo, you say set advances. This is in number 2, approval of 50-50 split. The last sentence in that section, set advances shall be capped and not exceed a total of $750,000 and shall be reimbursed to all units of government on or before January 1st, 2016. But yet I look at the projections through 2015, and the deficit is $2.35 million, the projected deficit. Yet we're capping, yet we're saying shall be reimbursed to all units of government on or before January 1st, 2016. How is that going to occur when we're going to lose $2 million?
Well, my reading of it before we got into this was that with the refinancing of the bonds on that time, that you would be at a break-even point by 2016. And we've gone through that at length with the board and the sewer and water and the G5, and with John Alashkar, who did his own spreadsheet of it. And we all have come to agreement that we think that that is a position that we can meet. Now, it looked to me like we might have had something in the neighborhood of $86,000 of a deficit at the end of 2015. So I'm not sure where your figures are coming from.
Well,
Chris.
it was a spreadsheet that was that I got from Chris Kramer that said, please print this out for the meeting. And it shows a negative $335,000 for 2010, $653,234 for 2011, a negative $625,684 for 2012, a negative $443,995 for 2013, a negative $217,032 for 2014, and a negative $81,563 for 2015. And when I added those up,
no, that is the cumulative deficit. In other words, that's, if you look at...
That's not annual, that's cumulative.
No, that's the running total.
Okay. Ross, a clarification.
Sure.
The two bonds, they are callable in, is it 013, 014, or?
No, one's callable in 2012, one's callable in 2013.
All right, and then, so with that assumption, this would basically be the bridge, along with the other items in the business plan, to get us to the point where we can refinance the bonds and potentially get us into a situation where we can pay ourselves back and break even on the cash flow.
That is correct.
All right, okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Fleece?
I would move that we approve the 50-50 split as outlined in a memo from Ross Childs dated November 9, 2010. The G5 townships would allocate their 50% of any advance on the basis of their proportionate share in the bond issues as follows, and they're listed.
Okay, all right. So your motion is to go with the complete recommendation under item 2?
Yes.
Okay. Is there support?
Support.
All right. Moved by Commissioner Fleece, seconded by Commissioner Friend.
There's a couple things I want to ask.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Chris, did you?
Oh, I was going to have a question for Dennis, but go ahead.
That's all right, go ahead.
Actually, Dean, where are we going to get the money?
Well, as it's presented here, it's a cash advance. It's not an expenditure, and we do have sufficient cash to advance funds.
If you chose you didn't want to do it from cash, then we would have to go back and relook at the budget and make an appropriation from some place. We'd have to go back and look at it, whether that be the capital fund. But
Yeah,
understand,
Isn't this financial prestigitation, really?
I don't know what that means.
It means,
Whoa, Chris.
it means sleight of hand. I mean,
I was laughing more at Dennis than some place.
I'm just surprised you understood her and the rest of us didn't.
Well,
From time to time, and most generally at the end of the year, we do have to advance cash to some of our own funds, and we have done that on a regular basis. That's most generally done in a case where you have grant revenues that you have not received because of the timing of payments and, just the situation with how you close out a fund. But we have advanced cash to this fund on a
4 years
regular
in a row.
basis, and at one point in time, that has been the pattern with this fund, but it's not uncommon for us to do that with some of our own funds as well.
It is legal, and we've done it in the past. I guess that's the main.
I have one more question.
Okay, and then we'll go to Commissioner Wheelock.
Wouldn't it be more financially prudent, responsible, not to go out to 2016, but instead to review this annually?
Well, let me give a shot at that. I don't think much is going to change annually, and we're going to be if we do that, we'll be doing exactly what we've been doing, other than we'll be sharing 50/50. I was going to suggest that it might be reasonable to just go out to 2013 when the refinancing takes place, and then revisit it at that time, which would be a 2 or 3 year period. But you certainly have the option of just doing it 1 year at a time. That would be an option for the board to consider.
I'll go with Ross and then Commissioner Wheelock.
In response to Commissioner Maxbauer's question, it has to be reviewed annually. All of the fees that are in that plan can only be approved for 1 year at a time, and the commitment is that if they do not need the funds, then they will not increase the fees. And so you would also look at all of the package every year, and that's the intent, I think, that we have. It's a 5-year plan is what I was asked to deliver. John Lashkar just went and carried it on so we could look through the termination of paying off all the bonds. So you're going to be looking at that, updating it on an annual basis.
Commissioner Wheelock.
I don't have a problem with the cash advances and the loan, and I think we have established that the loans will be paid back with an interest rate that's established by the county treasurer. The only stipulation that I have, and I think I've been pretty clear about, is that those guaranteeing townships have to pay their portion out of their money, and that's not septage fund monies. All funds received by the septage fund or septage facility have to be applied to the cost prior to the shortfall, if you will, because previously we've talked about using money and then they took their portion out of the septage facility funds. Well, that's, if you have money in the septage fund, that money has to be spent first. I think all of us, or at least I would hope all of us realize that this is a, $8, $9, $10 million project that was started and has actually only been operational now, fully operational, about 2.5 years.
No, almost 5 years.
Is it fully operational since we started taking grease and all of it, though?
The grease was 2 years later, so it's about 3.5 years when you come down to it.
But anyway, around it, none of us would start a $9 or $10 million budget or business and think we're going to be turning a profit in a 3 to 5 year period. It's coming along.
Yes, Ross.
In response to Commissioner Wheelock's question, and in that statement, I've said that, and I had talked with Dennis and Dean about this, and I wanted to have Dean involved, and the shortfall amount, if any, shall be certified by the Director of Finance of the county. So that's going to make sure that any revenue that is there is included. And I even have a question that will come up when they get to that point. The money that we have reserved for the payouts of the contracts, we have $231,000 is that amount that usually is in there. that, the actual amount of that is $218,000, and some of those things, when you get through with the mediation, they may not be there. So that, I think that I would rely upon Dean to tell us what that amount is, and yes, 50% of that has to come from the townships. All of the townships have addressed this in their budgets for next year.
Commissioner Max Bauer.
Well, I just want to relay some telephone calls that I've had in the last few days. One of them, as recently as yesterday afternoon, came from a gentleman in Commissioner Fleece's district, and he said, you know, I'm a senior citizen. And he said, I've pumped my tank regularly. And he said, but I'm a senior citizen, and I'm not pumping it anymore. By the time this system fails, I'll be gone. And I was in the, at the gym, and I was in the, obviously the ladies' locker room, but you can hear the conversations in the gentlemen's locker room next door to it. Insulation's not the best. And this was the day after.
There's a hole in the wall that you're listening through.
This was the day after the article of the rate increase was in the paper. And these gentlemen were saying, I can't afford this anymore. I'll be lucky if I can, to quote one, I'll be lucky if I can afford a perk test, and which I'll probably have to have at some point after my system fails, because I can't afford to pump anymore. Commissioner Thomas, you said in the Record Eagle, I read your quote saying that that you didn't really like this idea, but you will, in all likelihood, support it. And I would say to you, and I would say to the board, that please don't vote for this if you don't think it's the right thing to do. My personal opinion is I think it would be much easier on the public, and if you support clean water, have a special assessment, be it $25, $30, $40 a year. Include a free pumping every 5 years or whatever it is. You're spreading out the payment to where people can actually afford to make it. You're supporting clean water. I just don't see that this is the answer.
Okay.
Let me answer that.
Commissioner Thomas.
You get no support from the non-participating townships on a special assessment district. All you got to do is go out there and mention it, and that's a dirty word. The thing I don't like about the way this is unfolding is I'm not too wild about the idea of going 50-50, but you've got, and the reason why I don't like it is because I think these increases are excessive. I think they're going to hurt business. I was very comfortable with when Ross said a penny, and he thinks that that'll raise enough money. Well, that would probably fly all right. But the other thing is, if we don't, we obviously are going to have to save this, or privatize it, or close it. That's the choices we've got.
Commissioner Richardson.
I think you could privatize it.
Commissioner Richardson, and then Dennis Loyal.
I'm not going to support this, and I tell you, one part that is attractive is at least that the 5 townships are being asked to pony up some money, which up to this point they have not done. But what we have, the business plan that came out after a 5-month wait from when it was asked for back in either May or June, was basically one of the alternatives reviewed by the Plant Moran report over 2 years ago and pretty much dismissed as not working. The problem is that you're taking the people who are using the plant and putting a greater burden on them when the real issue is that not enough people use the plant. This thing is designed, as all of water and sewage systems are designed to, or should be designed to be, supported by the users. And the way it works is that everybody pays a little bit of money even though there are, variations in use, everybody pays a little bit of money to support the system overall, because that's the only way you can support the system, is if everybody pays, some money for it. If you try to take, a sewer system and gauge it exactly by how much people use the sewer system, it would never work. I mean, it would collapse. So if I vote for this, I'm saying that I think that the 50-50 split and the business plan will actually work to repay the debt. I don't believe that, so I can't support it. Again, I think we either need to find a way to make people pump more, or we need to find a way to create a special assessment, or whatever you want to call it, so that everybody supports it. One really good alternative, that of raising the hookup fee, or if you prefer, the fee for a new tank, which would actually raise a fair amount of money, and it's logical, but because it comes from someone who is going to use the plant in the future, was dismissed, because I don't know why. I don't know if it was political cowardice, whatever you want to call it, but it just doesn't make any sense, and so
Right.
I can't support it.
All right, Dennis? Yeah, I really believe that the best solution, financial solution to this, is a special assessment. I don't think there's any question that's the best solution. It may not be a politically acceptable solution, but I think it's the one that is most works. But what I'm concerned about is that tomorrow the headline will say, or the TV will report, that taxpayers are going to be paying more as a result of this, whether it's sewer taxpayers or whoever. That's not a question here. The loan, the 50% loan, is going to be paid by the county as an investment, similar to our other investments. I mean, the question is, will we get it paid back at the end? But we're going to get the same interest rate by advancing our cash to this that we would get if Bill invested it, and he'll be looking at that on a regular basis. So that if people say this is going to cost me more, it doesn't cost any more. It's going to be at the same interest rate that we would have the money invested. The question is, will they be able to pay it back at the end? And I just want to be clear.
Commissioner Fleece and then Commissioner Friend.
The reason I made the motion is our longtime treasurer, Mr. Rokas, is going to make the bond payment regardless. And in the past, we've made the bond payment, and we footed 100% of the bill. This time, we have an agreement where the townships will support 50% of the application and pay us interest on that, and it'll be out of the township funds, not the septic fund. And that's the reason I made the motion, because the bond payment has to be made. Mr. Rokas is going to make it, and I don't think that necessarily it's fair that the county do 100%, but I'm willing to do 50%, receive interest from the townships, and as far as the special assessment, that would go down horribly, and I think you'd see our past election here with the Democrats, where a lot of them had to leave office. I think you'd see a lot of people, regardless of party affiliation, leaving office, because anybody that was for or voted for the special assessment is going to be gone.
Commissioner Friend.
Oh, that must be why, at the very end of the Septic Finance Subcommittee, 4 months prior, we had everybody agreeing with the special assessment district, and then just when it got into election season, it pretty much dissolved.
No, you
So
didn't
that must
have
be the
everybody
reason.
agreeing.
Just got it.
I never agreed to it.
You were not on that board. This was the Finance Subcommittee. The point I want to make is exactly what Dennis was saying, and I had this written down. This isn't a vote on whether it should be a special assessment district or a fee change. This is a vote on whether we help to advance the funds. This was asked for this summer, a plan, a business plan, to gain support and show that they had actually chosen a path and how they were going to increase revenues and decrease costs. I'm not too thrilled with it. I don't think that they've taken into, they're saying a 2 cent increase. They haven't taken into account the elasticity of demand, which is one of the things that was the initial problem years ago. They didn't take into account the elasticity of demand. You know, they won't see a corresponding increase in their revenues for that 2%. You're going to have some volume drop off. This isn't like water and sewer where people are hooked up and don't have a choice and you raise that rate and they pay it. This is very different. I think specifically, even though this vote isn't about the special assessment district or the fee change, I do think the fee change sends the wrong incentive. It doesn't make an incentive to pump. It doesn't support the initial goal of the facility. Two things that I would really like to see the BPW address specifically that I think could help the problem is the out-of-county waste, and really trying to dedicate personnel resources to going out and obtaining the special waste and the out-of-county waste. Right now, there's none of that in the revenues for the plan. There's been some marginal amount of personnel resources dedicated to it, but probably not the effort put towards it, the dedicated effort put towards it that should be. And also the marketing program, which has been around and said that needs to be done for a long time. And finally, I'm seeing some initial movement to addressing that and potentially using some of Kim Elliott's resources and time to improve the communication and marketing of the program. But you know, to not partner with the 5 townships with this would just be in denial that the county had any responsibility in this project. The county had representation on that board. It was the county's engineering attorney. It would just be in denial that we had any part to do with the septic treatment facility and approving the plant.
Okay, any more comments before I speak? Commissioner Wheelock.
I guess the comment, you know, we all sit here and we talk about this as this is going to be a cost to the county. This is not a cost to the county. This is a loan from cash that we have that will be paid back to the county. There is no cost to the county. We're actually, better than in the previous years, we're actually going to receive an interest payment, which we haven't gotten in the last 4 years. So I can support this. Am I 100% happy with the whole process? No, but there's an awful lot of factors that enter into this whole septic plant and where we're at, and much of it is economic. The fact that the growth in this community did not happen that was anticipated to happen. Had that happened, you know, we wouldn't be having these discussions.
All right, I guess it's time for my opinion, and one of the I think issues that I have, Ross, is that you know, since we've released the business plan, really the only thing I think that I've heard from the public that I've taken it kind of on the chin on is that the expectation of raising flow rates and the holding tank rates is going to promote more flow and more revenue. I think it's just going to be the opposite. I think people feel that they're being penalized for a project that was mismanaged, and by increasing the flow rates, that they're going to be penalized by paying more to have their tanks pumped. And I think that indirectly, I think that will cause less flow. Otherwise, I think it was a really good document that you prepared. So the only message I would have is just as one county commissioner is I would ask the Board of Public Works to reconsider the increase in the flow rate to the general public. But you know, I think we're in a situation where, you know, we don't have a win-win here. We don't have a perfect solution to this problem, and I know we've spent a lot of time on it. The special assessment, I guess, should have been done before the plant was put together. Unfortunately, as you know, a number of things have occurred, and people's viewpoint now is that it's not an economic plan, it's a bailout plan, and for those people that were responsible, they should pay. some folks believe that, until we come up with some kind of litigation on the liability end of it, that we shouldn't be raising fees until, we've exhausted all of our efforts. So, there are parts of the business plan I don't agree with, but I do agree with the 50-50 plan. I think it's the best compromise that we have. The community is split on the assessment charge versus, other things that have been put out there. And I think that, it's time for us to make a decision, move forward with the plan, and execute, and make this thing move forward. So I will be voting for this motion. And with that, if anybody else has any comments or questions, we will call for a roll call vote. And the motion is to move forward with the recommendation from Ross Childs, item 2, approval of 50-50 split, as presented on your packet, page 77.
I do have a quick question for Ross.
Yes.
It sat through the BPW meeting, and they talked about, actually I think it was John who mentioned, listen, this plan does not take into account the elasticity of the demand, and we're going to have to deal with that. And as I listened to the rest of the conversation, that never came back up again. And
It's come up. John has an elasticity evaluation of the whole plan.
okay.
And he thought that the 1 cent had no impact, and he said it was a minimal impact on the 2 cent on the septage. The one that I think that is very difficult is the one on the holding tank. And from my standpoint, I've received 3 phone calls in regards to the rate increases proposed. One was just opposed to any rate increases, period. And the second one was not an opposition. It wanted to have the special assessment adopted. The third was from a holding tank owner, and he raised the issue that in holding tanks, the 1 cent costs the holding tank owners probably close to $200 a year. Whereas to the septic tank owner, in 5 years, they'd have an increase of maybe $24 in that if they pump next year. So they thought that that was exorbitant for the 1 penny increase in the holding tank. If you go back to my original proposal, I did recommend 1 cent on the septage and no increase on the holding tank. And to Larry's question, I did not project any increase in flow in the holding tank. I said it would stay flat. Since July, we've had, and as of today's date, for this month, septage is up 35% over last year. Holding tank is down 44% from last year. And so we have a net increase in revenues because the one is 12 cents a gallon, the other is 4 cents. So we are getting more and more compliance with the waste that's being brought in. And to your point, Beth, about the out-of-county waste, yes, we've just signed up 2 new haulers that have been taking grease from this county for a number of years, and they are both licensed and are starting to bring in all that waste in November, and that's all grease. And we also have a new permit that's just been issued on a new flow, and that's the one that we have to test with 2 10,000-gallon loads. If it pans out, that has a long-term contract, which could do more than replace what we had from Bay Harbor. So, are we working on it? Yes. Are we doing enough? No. And part of the reason we're not doing enough is I have to spend too damn much time in meetings.
Well, I
Sorry.
think it's not that I don't think that you have addressed it. I don't think you've had the time to address it. And I think that additional resources should have been put into the DPW so that there's some separation and you would have the ability to address it.
Well, the first effort was, say, stop the bleeding, and I think we're stopping the bleeding. The next thing is the marketing plan, as you mentioned, that has come back, and I have a date of December the 13th that the Board of Public Works must, I hope, approve a marketing plan that will begin in January of 2011. So we're trying to address these. It's not as fast as we'd like to, but have we stopped the bleeding? The answer is yes.
Commissioner Max Bauer.
Well, Commissioner Wheelock, when you originally voted to support, as Commissioner Thomas did and Chairman Inman did, voted to bond this plant, you stated, as I understand it, that you were going to hold the 5 townships accountable for that responsibility, for that bond payment, and you haven't done it. I believe I have the floor. In my view, this is a taxpayer bailout. And when you state to me that this is a loan, and we're going to be repaid, I have my doubts. I do not see this plant as making money. I simply don't believe it's going to without a different funding source. I don't believe this is the answer. I'm just not confident that it's going to be a loan. I think it's going to be a taxpayer bailout.
Commissioner Fleece.
Chris, have you ever heard of Chicken Little?
I have. It's been a few years, but yes.
You know, the septic plant is going to work. And the reason it's going to work, we're not going to make less waste. This is not like recycling, but it is. There's going to be more waste because there's going to be more of us. And I think Commissioner Wheelock made a good point earlier on. You know, you take $8 to $10 million investment, somebody starts a business, it takes a while. I too agree with the commissioners that have voiced the opposition to the Board of Public Works rate increase. I think they should have tried Ross's penny a gallon. I think it would have been a lot better, and I think it would serve the purpose. And Ross, if you get the opportunity, you might ask him to reconsider that raise.
Well, I know there will be a gentleman coming in to ask them to reconsider the holding tank at their meeting next week.
Okay. Are we ready to vote? Okay, we have a motion to approve the 50/50 split plan as presented in the packet by Ross Childs. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Max Bauer.
No.
Thomas.
Yes.
Richardson.
No.
Friend.
Yes.
Wheelock.
Yes.
Fleece.
Yes.
Chairman Inman.
Yes. Passes 5-2. All right. Ross, the next item.
Thank you. The next one really is the priority of repayments, and that was redone on a request that the county be brought up first rather than the townships. And the original one just said repayments to the county and the townships would be the first priority. And so the first priority now is that the county would get paid before the townships would get paid.
Unless anybody has a comment, I do on that. Ross, I thought that was originally brought up, but I thought there was a subsequent discussion at Sewer and Water in G5 that the best way to manage that is that it would be paid back in the same portion and at the same time that the cash flow was put in. So, you know, we would all share in the proportion as we're putting it in, and as we're getting repaid, we would all share in proportion as it was coming back.
The rewording of that was after a request that was made that the county, because they are not on the bond to make the payment, was that the county be repaid first. And the townships have not argued with that. And that's the way it has been adopted in the current plan that they've got, is that the county would be first, they would come second.
Well, you might hear something about that. Commissioner Richardson.
Ross, is the plan to do it like we do now, where once the bond payment is made, as cash becomes available, the loan is repaid, or are you going to let the loan run longer than that?
Let Dean maybe, Dean and Bill.
Excuse me, not loan, cash advance.
The bond payments were made, and we did, before we closed the books in October, made a cash advance to cover that, so the fund did not have a cash deficit.
Right.
What we do between now and the end of the year, the fund hopefully accumulates some cash from operations, and we look at repaying as much of that as we can.
Let me rephrase the question. What I'm trying to say is that, you know, since we're looking at something that's going to go for the next 4 to 5 years, are we just going to let the cash advance run, or are we going to try to repay it back on an annual basis?
Well, you know, that's because of this. This is different than what we've done. We could let it run. We generally I would think we would let it run, because you're going to continue to need cash to operate. If there's a point where cash from operations is sufficient to repay the advance, and you have funds to operate, we could definitely look at repaying it.
If you let it run, the plant wouldn't be as cash-starved as it always seems to be.
That is correct. Yep.
What's your understanding, Ross, from
Well,
what the DPW
my
is
understanding
proposing?
was that they would make the bond payment at the end of the year, then it would be determined by Dean what that amount necessary is. That would be split 50/50. And then the townships would have to put the money in. The county is going to be loaning the money. The townships are doing the same thing. It's in advance. But then that would be there to cover that year. Then you'd go to the next year, and as it comes in, and if there is a projected deficit, which there is for 2011, unless we get a new waste stream. If we get a new waste stream and that proved profitable, then you'd say, if there was something, the first thing to do is to repay the advances.
Yeah, as we indicated to you a couple of weeks ago, our intention would be to just make the bond payments. And then at the end of the year, when we close out the books in January of the following year, determine what the deficit was, and then allocate those costs back to the townships and to the county to replenish that fund and put it at a zero again.
It was my understanding that it was an annual payback. I wasn't anticipating that we'd run it for the 5 years.
Well, I don't think you're going to have to. I don't think we don't know that the revenue will be there based on the projections to be able to pay it back every year. So it may accumulate.
I think the thing that we put in there, that the advances shall be capped at not to exceed a total of $750,000. And that's what we looked at as being the worst-case scenario.
Is that $750,000 for the county and $750,000 for the 5 townships, or $750,000?
No, a total of $750,000. That's basically is what we put in there.
All right, do we have a motion on that item?
I would move that we accept the schedule of paybacks from the septic plant, naming Grand Traverse County as the first receiver of surplus funds.
Support.
All right, moved by Commissioner Wheelock, seconded by Commissioner Friend to move forward with the recommendation under approval priority of repayments in your packet, page 77. Is there discussion? Commissioner Max Bauer.
Ross, I appreciate the fact that the county is going to be first on the repayment. I do support that. Back to your limited time, and I guess this would be directed more at Dennis than it would be at you. I think it's time, Dennis, that we look at a full-time BPW director. And if we're going to expect special waste, or if we want special waste to come into that plant, somebody has to take the time to do it. And I don't see that when you have someone who's trying to do that and run a Board of Public Works department, I just don't see it working as very well. And I think we have to use as much of our resources as we possibly can to get revenue into that plant. So I think it's time for a full-time Board of Public Works director.
I think in my administrator's update last week, that's what I said to you. I said that that what we were going to do is if we don't have an answer from our director that's gone by January 1st, we're going to look to recommend hiring of a full-time director to do this. Ross, the townships want to keep Ross on a limited basis to work on out-of-county waste, which is, I think, what Commissioner Friend was talking about. So that is our plan, as I conveyed it to you a week or two ago. That's kind of where we're going to go with this. The big unknown is whether or not Chris will be being able to tell us that he'll be back in April. But if he's not, we're going to have to hire a director.
I just wanted to take this opportunity to restate that I think we need to move ahead.
Yeah, well, I agree with you.
Any other comments or questions on the motion? And the motion is to approve the priority of repayments. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Richardson?
Yes.
Friend?
Yes.
Wheelock?
Yes.
Lees?
Yes.
Max Bauer?
Yes.
Chairman Inman?
Yes. All right, motion passes. Thank you. Thank you, Ross.
Thank you very much. There was an item I know that Dennis mentioned, that that Senate bill that is up for consideration. I think there was some concern that they take a position, that the Board of Public Works took a position in opposition to that. My contacts with the state have indicated that they don't feel anything will get passed, but it was a mandate on townships, and it could affect all the rural townships who adopted it. But it doesn't look like it's going anywhere. There's no action between now and the end of the year, and it dies. So,
All right, thank you, Ross.
thanks very much.
Yep, Chairman, I just want to mention that perhaps it sounded like there was some strong feeling on behalf of the board about the raise in the septage fee and in the holding tank fee. Really, if you want to make an impact with the Board of Public Works, you should at some point consider making a motion to tell them or ask them to reconsider it or to look at that number. So just want
Commissioner
to
Wheelock.
point that out. There's nothing official that's going to them.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we send a letter to the Board of Public Works asking them to delay any rate increases at the septic plant for 2011.
Board.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Wheelock, seconded by Commissioner Fleece, to send a letter to the Board of Public Works requesting or asking that they delay any rate increase through for the year 2011. Is there discussion? Commissioner Max Bauer.
Without another funding source, I think this is foolhardy.
Well, then vote no.
I will.
Commissioner Richardson.
I will vote no. What did we do? We kept asking for a business plan. We were supposed to get a business plan last May. We didn't get one. Then we gave the Board of Public Works another however many months, and even then it came in a month late. Now we have the business plan. We're basing decisions on the business plan, and now we're going back and saying, oh, by the way, kill the key recommendation of your business plan. So I'm going to vote no.
Without another,
Without another
saying-
suggestion of how to,
Exactly.
well, there are
He's paid
suggestions,
for
it's
it.
nothing we
His
voted on.
motion is to ask them to consider it.
I've asked them to consider it for 2011. The bottom line, the worst thing that can happen is the shortfall that they have at the end of 2011 is a little bit larger, and we have to loan them a little more money. If in fact the flows come in better than we're anticipating, or we pick up some special waste, there won't be a shortage.
I don't disagree with the point of the motion, it's just, it's like we're taking one little piece of the puzzle, the one piece we don't like and saying, oh, don't do that, but
I
we're
would,
not saying anything else.
I would prefer it, and it could be a motion that I could potentially agree with if it had some, and I may still agree with it, but if it had some alternative suggestion to them on what they can do or what we would like to see.
Okay, 1 second.
All right, Commissioner Max Bauer.
I have a question. How much would the deficit be if the Board of Public Works goes back to its original pricing?
That was the option one, and we have those in that original proposal.
Do you
that we
recall
put
it,
in.
Ross?
I don't offhand, but I think if this is something that gets transmitted and approved by this board, we'll have those figures before the Board of Public Works next Monday. They're already there. The only one that as I say, the one I have the major concern with is the holding tank customers. And we are getting less holding tank customers than we've had. People are converting, and holding tanks are something that we will be focusing on with the Health Department in the next year, because there are some that aren't being pumped. The manifest is giving us a lot of information we've never had.
Go ahead.
I almost think I'll support it just for the fact that if, they may say, well, geez, if we're not going to do a fee increase, what else may we do? Should we think about?
Commissioner Thomas.
If you want to substitute proposal, instead of raising 2 cents in 2011, raise 1 cent as was recommended by Ross. Still raising.
Ross, can you clarify if the Board of Public Works actually took action for 2
They have, but
cents and increase 2011?
They also have to take action again Monday, because we do need to send those rates in a modification of the operating plan to the state, and it has to be submitted 30 days before they can be.
So that action will be on...
That's on the agenda for next Monday.
Next Monday, all right. Commissioner Richardson.
Ross, was your original proposal to raise the holding tanks a penny?
No,
Just the septage, right?
Just the septage was a penny, and the holding tanks were held at 4 cents.
So does the original maker of the motion want to stand with the motion?
I will amend the motion to approve the rate increase of 1 cent for septic, no increase for holding tank waste.
All right, that's just a request, okay. And the second, who seconded that motion? Commissioner Fleece, do you agree with that motion? All right, we have yes. Technically, we got to we're just going to, does everyone agree that that's the motion on the floor, rather than, all right, rather than making a motion or voting on the amendment? Okay. So we have a motion on the floor to send a letter to the Board of Public Works asking them to consider a 1 cent increase in the flow rates.
And septage.
And septage.
And no flow,
And
no
no-
rate increase for holding tanks.
All right, for 2011.
And we don't have the numbers in front of us to know the impact of that
Right.
right now.
And for clarification, that motion would be if that passes, that would be a motion that would go directly from Ways and Means to the Board of Public Works instead of
Right.
going to the county board, because that'll
Right.
be after the meeting next week.
Right. Okay.
I think I have those figures.
Oh, good. Share.
It's in here, right, Ross?
No, that was the final plan. The bigger one that had all the options in it, Larry would have
Yes,
those
the
figures.
draft plan that had the 3 or 4 different options.
That's also assuming no elasticity.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
have that one.
And the option 2 was the 1 cent increase and no increase on the holding tank under that other one.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor that's been amended. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Richardson?
Yes.
Friend?
Yes,
Did you say yes?
yes.
Okay.
Wheelock?
Yes.
Please?
Yes.
Axbauer?
No.
Thomas?
Yes.
You threw me off.
Chairman
You were
Newman?
voting no. so-
Yes. I just wanted to make sure we had a kind of a iffy, mumbly yes.
Well, that's what it was, too.
Yeah. All right,
Thank you.
that stands.
Had it in my mind.
All right, moving on to human resources. Jen, did you want to address this, or Dennis? Come on
It's
up.
more just an update
Okay.
at this point.
Mr. Chairman, do we have something that maybe we should change the agenda order a little bit to I know Mrs. Shelby's been sitting here for a while.
Do you have, what item are you here for?
I'm just here to hear the debate about the audit services RFP. I'm fine.
All right, okay, all right, good. Okay, Jen.
The MERS update was just an update, what happened at the MERS meeting last week. We had 17 employees that could potentially be impacted by a ruling that was made, and it's no longer, those employees will no longer be impacted, so.
What was that?
Not really. The
It'll go
employees,
forward from January 1st. It won't impact our present employees that are retired and rehired.
So they did not grandfather that
They
in?
were grandfathered.
They did grant.
They grandfathered them in? Okay,
Yep.
good.
yep, and the employees have been notified, and
good.
we're all set there, so
Thank you.
it was just an update.
Thank you for the report. Moving on, any other questions on that report? Okay, moving on to finance. Dean.
Well, starting on page 80 is the general fund trial balance through the end of October, followed by an analysis of the revenues and expenditures compared to the prior year, same point in time. I didn't know if there were any questions on this, but one of the things I did, which is not scheduled on your page 81, is kind of compared, we have some variances with revenues compared to a year ago. However, in most of those cases, the budget for those categories of revenues is also lower. The total budget reduction for 2010 compared to 2009 for those revenues is $812,000. So there is even though we have a variance, some of that is built into the budget. The consequence of that is the offset or the increase in the amount of fund balance that we have used in 2010, which is $797,455 more. The actual budget 09 compared to 010 is about a $15,000 difference, with the 2009 budget being $15,000 higher than 2010. So there are variances, but the point I wanted to make was that the budget for most of those revenue categories is also lower.
Could you state again that 797,000?
One of the revenue sources that's a big part of the general fund budget is the amount of fund balance that we budgeted. Last year, we budgeted just under $500,000 in fund balance. This year, the fund balance that is budgeted is almost $800,000 more, which offsets the reductions in these revenues that are presented here. So we have budgeted more fund balance in this year.
$800,000, more than the $500,000 we did last
Yeah,
year?
correct. We are currently at $1,295,000, I think is the number.
In budgeted fund balance,
Correct.
okay.
We're 10 months into that year. Have we actually expended any of that fund balance?
No, if you look at the trial balance that's on the previous page, because of when you look at the revenue control total, revenues to date are $33.3 million and expenditures are $31.2 million. As of the end of October, revenues are ahead of expenditures, so we have not used the fund balance, but that's because a lot of your tax revenue has been received. We still have some tax revenue. That difference will change over the next 2 months as we have more payrolls and more, claims runs, but.
And I know you don't like to answer this question, but expenditures, where do expenditures stand versus budgeted expenditures?
Well, we are currently within the budgets. The realization through 10 months a year ago was 78.1% of the budget on the expenditure side. We are currently at 79.76% of the budget. So we are tracking a little bit higher, a little greater use of the budget. I think that there are some things, there are a couple of budget adjustments. The overtime at the corrections facility is very high. I feel that we can cover that with, the personnel budget for the corrections facility, but generally one of those places where you accrue some savings on the expenditure side of the budget is in unexpended personnel costs because of the time it takes to fill or from, vacant positions. It's going to be tight. I don't think we'll spend 100% of the expenditure budget, but it's going to be probably a higher utilization of that side of the budget than we had a year ago.
Okay, any other questions on that item? All right, we'll move on to budget adjustments, page 83.
Didn't know if there were any that warranted explanation. On page 85, I do want to comment that our gas expenditures for the sheriff's office, the patrol division, have exceeded the budget, and that's primarily because of the overall higher price for gasoline. The utilization is not greater, it's just the higher cost. I will be bringing back another budget adjustment. I'm guessing somewhere in the range of $20,000 to cover that line item.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the budget adjustments as outlined by the Finance Director.
Moved by Commissioner Wheelock, seconded by Commissioner Richardson to approve the budget adjustments as presented. Is there discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes. Moving on to audit services.
I'm not sure how much information you want here, but I want to start with the fact that we did, at about the time we were finishing up the 2009 audit, which is in June, Jerry Heim, who is the finance director for the Road Commission, presented me with the idea of, or the concept of bidding out our audit services for the county and the Road Commission together. I can't take credit for this idea. It was his idea. And that's what we did do. On page 89 is a copy of the notice or the request for audit services. Did not do a full-fledged RFP. The audit reports are published on the State of Michigan, the Department of Treasury website, so audit firms can go out there and take a look at our audit reports that are filed with the state. We clearly indicated to any firm that was interested in providing audit services that we would provide them with a PDF of our CAFR, and in the case of the Road Commission, their financial statement. And most firms, of the 7 proposals that were received, did either call or ask for us to send them a PDF of the audit report, so they knew what the scope of the audit services would be. The 7 proposals that were received were reviewed by Bill Rokas, Jerry Heim, who's the Finance Director for the Road Commission, Heidi Sheppy, and myself. And I didn't put a lot of information on page 88, but one of the things that we were looking at, and these were done individually, and then we got together as a group and kind of compared notes. We wanted to be sure that the firm had the experience, and especially, local government experience with county audits and road commission audits. There were some of the firms, if you look at the summary that's on page 91, 2 of the firms bid on one part, the county only or the road commission only, but we really thought that there was some benefit to look at having the same auditor. And the reason for that was when we're trying to complete the audit, we have to file with the state of Michigan by June 30th. And the road commission is part of the Grand Traverse County audit. So we can't complete our audit report until we have the road commission audit report. They're merged and become one document as far as the county CAFR is concerned. So we were looking for a coordination of financial report preparation on our end. But we were also looking for a consistent application of the treatment of transactions between auditors and county and the road commission. There are, believe it or not, there are times when an auditor for the county will look at a transaction between the county and the road commission and perhaps look at it and say that it needs to be treated differently. And we had that situation with the lease, the loan that we made for the purchase of a couple of road commission trucks in 2009. But with all of that taken into consideration, we felt that most of the firms that proposed on the audit services met our experience requirements. And then the easiest way to summarize to compare is by then looking at page 91 for a summary of the costs. And what we did here is the first 2 columns represent what the separate costs would be for the county audit and the road commission audit, and then the total column is what that total would be when you simply add those 2 numbers together. Then, as part of our proposal, we asked the audit firms to give us a combined price if they did both the county and the road commission audit. And you can see, looking at that middle, or the total column, that the firm, I may not get the pronunciation right, Redeveld, was the lowest cost in terms of doing separate audits of the county and the road commission. They had the lowest total cost. However, if you combined and looked at one cost for doing both audits, the lowest cost was the firm of Raymond at a total of $134,000 for a 3-year contract. We did ask for a 3-year pricing for audit services. This morning, I believe the Road Commission is meeting to discuss this at their meeting, and they are recommending that they enter into a contract with Raymond, and that is also our recommendation as well. We would ask for a 3-year audit contract to Raymond with consideration given to a 5-year contract. Raymond did provide a 5-year price. However, we did not ask that of the other vendors, and that is something that we really didn't go back out and ask for a 5-year price from the other firms that submitted proposals. So Bill is here. I don't know if he had any other comments. We relied on his review of the proposals as well to make this recommendation.
Commissioner Wheelock?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve a contract with Raymond for a 3-year contract to do the audits for both Grand Traverse County and the Grand Traverse County Road Commission, and that we give consideration to a 5-year at the discussion of the treasurer and the finance director.
Support.
Okay, been moved by Commissioner Wheelock, supported by Commissioner Richardson to move forward with the staff recommendation. Commissioner Richardson.
But we are dependent on the road commission picking the same auditor, right?
This recommendation is contingent on that. I mean, if the road commission would decide to do something different, we may want to rethink what we do.
Because then they're not the best price.
Well, we would
That is correct.
the consent calendar next week.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Okay, and then, so we do have a price for the extra 2 years of the contract?
Yes.
And what's that price?
It's actually, it would drop. I did not want to schedule that out because I wasn't sure how you would feel about that, knowing that we didn't ask, well, and it wasn't asked for, but it was provided. For 2010, if you look at the summary on page 91, the combined cost, I don't know if I'm looking at this right, the combined cost would be $39,500. Am I looking at that right? Yeah, it would actually be lower than the 3-year cost. What I should do is, schedule that out to make sure.
Maybe you can have that for us at the board meeting next week and when we actually take the final vote.
Well, I think, let's see.
Hold on, just give me, what am I doing wrong?
39.5 is here.
Right.
Real quickly while they're.
Yeah, I need to take a look at this, but.
Just want to make the point that combined, we're still serving, whether it's the road commission or it's the county board, we're serving the same population. We receive our revenues. I mean, there's Grand Traverse County residents, and this is the best value overall for Grand Traverse County residents.
And it's actually, I think if you look at it combined, it's less than what we paid this last year.
Dennis, since we did not specifically ask for an extension for the 4th and 5th year, I think in all fairness, maybe we should just I'm just thinking that maybe we should just hold it to the 3 years and then re-examine it at that point.
Well, I guess my question is when would we have to act on the offer for the 4th?
What I was going to suggest is, if we sign a contract that has 3 years, but that provides an option for a 4th and 5th year at the price that they've offered us, at our option, we can look at it again in the 3rd year and say, is it better to go out, or should we take these prices because based on what we're seeing in the market, this is a better deal?
And we've done something similar with other subcontractors
Yeah.
where we know
But-
that they've been the best price.
But it won't tie us into that amount. We
Right.
can make the decision at that time. But what I would suggest, since we have some questions about this, is that we advance this maybe to my section of the agenda next week as opposed to the consent calendar, so that we can bring you the 4th and 5th year proposal, so you can see that demonstrated.
And when the deadline is for invoking the option.
Yeah, yes.
So, Commissioner Wheelock, you want to amend your motion just to forward it to the board with further information on the administrator's contract?
I think he was gonna, you would amend it to 3 years with 5 years. with
Yeah,
the 4th and 5th year being.
I'm fine with just awarding the 3-year contract, and then we can have discussion next week if we want about the 4th and 5th year.
Okay. Could we put it under my section of the agenda next week so it can be discussed and it doesn't have to be pulled since it's going to be pulled anyway?
All right. Okay. Second, agree with that? Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Okay. Request to retain county technician. Go ahead.
What I'm asking for here is consideration in our department, in the finance department. We currently, to meet the budget target for next year, reduced our staffing by 0.6 FTEs. In looking at, I've had a chance to complete my review of the indirect cost plan. I was not able to complete that by the time we had to have the budget summary completed for the October meeting, but there are additional indirect cost revenues that will be needed or built into the budget. It will actually come back as a budget amendment. $28,000 of that additional $45,000 in revenue is attributable to indirect cost recovery from finance department activities. And what I'm asking for is consideration to use $18,500 of that amount to retain .2 of the .6, it says .5 here, but it's actually .6 FTE reduction that we made to meet the budget target. And then the
Dean was reluctant to, didn't know the timing of this, and obviously you just approved the budget, and I understand that. I wish we would have had this information before you approved the budget, because it would have been most appropriate to do it then. But, you know, I think I expressed to you during the budget process my concern with the reduction in Dean's staff and his ability to get the work done. And this actually takes a person who's going to have to be reduced down from full-time to 8/10 of full-time, and allows that position to stay full-time. And it's the position that also works in the jail and takes care of our audits in the jail. I talked to Bob Hall earlier, and he asked me to encourage on his behalf that you consider doing this as well. And I recommend that you do this.
Okay, Commissioner Fleece.
I would move that we retain .2 FTEs, accounting technician, in the 2011 budget, the finance department.
And support. Is there a second? Okay, moved by Commissioner Fleece, second by Commissioner Wheelock. Move forward with the staff recommendation on the accounting technician position. Is there discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. All right. Rental rates.
We do have an established rental rate that we use for purposes of charging rent back to a number of our departments, the inspections fund, the health department, and this is the rate then, or even for external folks that use county facilities. Last year, I did not bring this back to Ways and Means. The rental rate is currently at $17.16 per square foot. In the past, the resolution goes back all the way to 1996. There was a process for adjusting that rental rate on an annual basis. We're basically looking at the Detroit June Consumers Price Index. What I'm proposing here is that we use the same process or the same method that we use for tax revenue, and that would be looking at the CPI as determined by the State Tax Commission to adjust that rental rate on an annual basis. And when I do that based on the 2009 and 2010 CPI factors, 2009 was .997. That would take the $17.16 rate to $17.40. And that would then be the rate that we would use for those cases where we charge rent back to our departments or to outside agencies that use county facilities.
Commissioner Fleece.
I would move that we approve the rental rate of $17.40 for 2011.
Support. All right, moved by Commissioner Fleece, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Approve the recommendation for the rental rate. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. All right, we have the child care fund that was moved over from the consent calendar.
Yeah, just a quick question, Dean. You've got an unfavorable budget variance of $6,000, and it's listed under the 12-month projection. Is that through the end of the year that's your projection? Or is that just for the first 10 months?
It is a projection based for the end of the year, but based on 10 months' worth of activity.
Okay.
So hopefully I'm very happy with that at this point in time, but there's so much variability in the state ward charges. I mean, we had a month where we had $10,000 was the cost. Now we had a $38,000 month. We dropped back down to 22. I can't figure
Okay,
that out
and
for the
it
life
says on the memo that it's for information only. Do we need a motion to accept? Okay. I would move to receive and file.
All right.
It was under the consent calendar.
All right, is there a second? All right, moved by Commissioner Maxbauer, seconded by Commissioner Friend to receive and file that child care fund report. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Thank you. We move on to unfinished business. We have one item there, the early retirement health care coverage. Jen, do you want to handle that, or?
I want you to know that while they're coming up, Doug was No?
We can get,
Notified, is it the word you're looking for?
Doug was notified, he's out of town and was unavailable to be
all
here
right, we
today.
can- everyone introduce themselves and then
He's in Trout Lake. I can
grab the
almost
microphone,
guarantee
whoever's
that.
speaking. I guess.
Jen Seaman, Human Resources Director.
Terry Root, Great Northern Benefits.
Sally Dreves, Human Resources Department.
Okay.
We brought this item back to you for discussion. Specifically, Doug presented himself at, I think it was the board meeting, regarding the early retiree rates and the costs that he's specifically paying, and those have increased over time, similar to active employees. However, the early retiree costs, that group is higher than the active employees. And so he requested that we take a look at that. And provided in the packets was some historical information. Back in 2005, the early retiree group was separated from the active employee group for purposes of that rate. And so they were separated back in 2005 and still are separated. And we looked into it with Blue Cross, Blue Care Network for 2011. And Terry can speak to this as well, but adding those two, the active employee and the early retiree group together would increase that monthly cost for that blended group. Leaving them separate now, where we have active employees, we have about 350, I want to say, maybe,
350.
in that group, which we have a lot more people in that group. The early retirees is about 13. And so the early retirees do have a higher monthly cost, but the active employees is lower. If you blend those two together, there will be a higher monthly cost. I didn't ask for them to look into that specifically, but I will tell you that the rates for next year for the early retirees are lower than this year because of where we are at with BC Blue Care Network. And I did get a confirmation from BCN that if the early retirees and the active segment were moved together, the rates would increase. Okay, so have that confirmation, but we don't have an exact dollar figure on that yet. So
Back in 2005, what happened here was we, because of our budget situation, the rates were going up. And so we asked to look at these early retirees separate to see how they impacted the rate. They significantly impacted the rate. So the county made the decision to separate them out. Most of those people pay their own health insurance total. Some of them, like Doug, get 50% of their premium paid, okay?
Can I
But-
ask a question?
Sure.
Is any of this union negotiated, Dennis? Or is this just county policy?
Well, the 50% paid is union negotiated in some contracts, and it is the case for non-union. It's 50% of the employee who retires. But but I don't know that there are any are there any, Sally, that are in negotiated contracts that the 50% is included, that are in the early retiree group?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So the answer is, it says in the contract that we'll pay 50% of the retirement of the early retiree until they turn 65. And it is in some contracts, but no amount is listed.
That's how Doug had it. It was in the union, it was in the contract.
He's non-union.
He's non-contract.
He's non-contract.
If we...
They still have an agreement, though.
If we change this policy for early retirees, will we impact our union contracts?
If you put them back into the group so this premium goes down, you will impact your financial cost for all your other employees because of that. So this was a financial decision that was made.
Okay, that I understand,
Okay.
but perhaps I wasn't clear enough on my question. If we change this for Doug, a non-union employee, will this impact union contracts? Well, certainly it would impact other non-union employees.
It will impact the other 12 people that are in this group.
Okay.
Okay. And and the thing is that you have two choices here. Either they're with everybody or they're separated out. It's not like you have a lot of other options. And from what I understand from them, if you went out and looked at this premium and you went out and bid it, in all likelihood, this price is a really competitive price, probably better than what you would get. Now, remember, that's based on the coverage. Now, in Doug's case, he chooses vision, dental, and health. Some of them only take health, and they don't do the dental because of the extra cost.
Okay.
Christine, can I just say a couple of things?
Please.
You know, in addition to what Dennis described, for Doug to go out and buy an individual policy, he couldn't, number one, he would pay about 2.5 times what he's paying right now, number one. Number two, there is no possible way he could get the benefit structure that the county has. His benefits would be cut way back and the costs would be way higher.
Okay, our employees who are retiring early counseled that this is how their insurance is handled.
I was involved at that at the time. I was in the room with Doug at the time when he met with Sally, and Sally went over what the costs were going to be.
So he knew when he retired.
Yeah, I think he knew it. I don't think, he did have an argument, and I thought it was a pretty legitimate argument initially when he talked, Sally, you remember, he said it was higher to go with this plan than it was to get COBRA.
And that's only because of, with his spouse.
Right.
If it was looking at him with the half-paid health, it was cheaper.
It was cheaper to go with our
retiree.
plan, and so if he was going to get in the retiree plan for the next 10 years or whatever till he turned 65, he needed to take the plan at that time. So this is the same discussion we had about 2 years ago, and I understand that Doug feels it's a lot of money, and it is a lot of money, but I think it's also important to know that he was able to retire early. He was able to get his full pension. He went in this knowing that this was the cost, and the impact of, unless we can't even change the benefits without looking at the whole system again. That's why this is impacted this way.
Commissioner Fleece.
Sally, what's Doug's monthly retirement pay?
I don't know what his pension is. What his
Could you find out quickly?
You think he'd want us to know that?
Why would we need that?
And that's handled through
It's public
MERS.
information.
That's handled through MERS, too.
Pardon?
That's handled directly through MERS.
Yeah, I have to call them and
yeah.
ask them.
We don't have that information in our possession.
Well, I would venture to say it probably, under the 2011, under the 2010, presently, he's paying what, $1,430?
Nope, he's paying,
He has a reduction because he has half-paid health, and
Of
just
roughly $300?
yep,
correct,
So he's paying about $1,100 a month?
correct.
for health, dental, and vision for him and his spouse.
Right.
$1,200, $1198.05.
And his retirement pay probably isn't a whole lot more than that, I would surmise. Would that be correct?
I don't know. He was a director, right? DPW director?
Yeah.
Manager.
My way of
Manager,
thinking,
excuse me.
I don't
So-
know why we'd want to treat our retirees this way. If their health insurance becomes unaffordable, or it's taken up the majority of their retirement pay, what do they live on? I wished we knew what even if the pay, I'll bet you it's not a heck of a lot more than what he's paying for his health insurance.
Understand too, though, there's nothing that requires him to take this benefit. If he can find it cheaper someplace else, he has the ability to get off of this and get his own insurance from another employer that he's working for, or, through some other mechanism. He's not required to take this. He can get health insurance, and he can also decide not to take dental, which would reduce the cost down. So, there are some other options there. And I just want to make sure I'm right on this. The other 12 employees that are in this position, they're in the same position.
Correct.
Correct.
They pay the same rate, yeah.
Technically, we have 16 early retirees in this group, 13 have half-paid health. So there are 3 that are paying the full cost. And just to let you know, Doug does have over a $3,000 annual benefit having half-paid health. And of our 500 employees, there are 296, almost 300, who do not have half-paid health benefit. So he does have a very nice benefit that other employees do not have.
Out of the almost 300, they don't have that?
Correct.
Yes, that's right.
Are they retired, though?
No.
That's active employees.
Just
What we're
active
saying
employees
is,
looking
If they
at-
retire.
only a couple of the unions have negotiated a half-paid health when they retire, and then non-union. That's who has half-paid health. Not everybody has even access to that.
Right.
They'd have to pay the full amount of this.
So he has a reduction in that benefit. Plus, as Terry said, getting this benefit at this cost is virtually impossible out there. So it is a good rate.
I think what happens is many people who are in this situation, they end up taking a lesser health insurance with less benefits and less provisions, and that's how they reduce the cost down. And that's what's happening with our with our retirees that are over 65. I mean, we look at that plan every year, and they either have to kick in more money or they take a little less benefit, and we've been doing that for years. But it doesn't compare to this kind of a policy.
And we did do that, look at that for that group at the time when we split it off to reduce their costs. And we're always willing to look at that too. If they want to reduce the premium, we could look at different benefit coverage.
So the problem here is let's say, for example, you decided to say, which Doug talked to me about, you're going to give all these 16 or 13 people a $500 monthly stipend, or you're going to reduce it down more. Now you're providing them a benefit above what's been negotiated in the contract. And in fact, quite honestly, as somebody who negotiates your contract, probably giving the rest of the employees that don't have this benefit a lot of input or impetus to try to get it, because you're making it much more reasonable. I mean, I don't think the 50% paid health was ever considered a substantial retirement benefit. It was something that some negotiated, but the cost has always been the cost. And I think that's what we presented 2 years ago when Doug came in and said, this is costing a lot. And I think the board at that time said, we understand, but it is what it is. So.
Commissioner Max Bauer.
Well, to quote you, Dennis, it is what it is. And as much as I can understand and feel Doug's pain, because I too pay a monthly insurance bill that is subsidized by my former employer, I chose to retire early. And that's what Doug decided to do. And as long as I understand and hear from you, Dennis, that he was counseled, I'm not willing to change it.
And he was, correct? We were, okay.
All right. Yes, Dean.
Just a couple of quick comments. This has some OPEB implications. Part of this, the reason we went away from the blended rate was because of the accounting standards back in 04, 05 when OPEB was a big issue. And there's a term called implicit rate subsidy. In a blended rate, in effect, the active employees' health insurance rates are higher. And that's, the accounting standards don't allow you, don't recommend that you would charge that cost to the active employee because it includes that subsidy. If you go back to the blended rate, there's also implications on how you account. That's considered an OPEB. That's a benefit for the retirees. And this is currently one of those areas where every 2 years we go out, we have an actuarial valuation done to tell us what that liability is. That liability, the half-paid health benefit, is part of that OPEB. It's not funded. We're on a pay-as-you-go plan. So it has implications to the active employees. If you go back to a blended rate, I think Jen just told you that to do so increases the cost of our health insurance for next year. So it's a big issue. I mean, it affects a lot more than just, Doug and the other retirees, but it affects the active employees in terms of what rate. And some of those folks now most of those employees are going to be co-paying or cost-sharing on that cost, and as well as it does have an impact on our OPEB liability.
Okay, Commissioner Wheelock.
Well, I think the other thing that we have to remember is what insurance rates have done since 2004. These rates go up 10% a year. Some of them are not quite this much, but I look at my group rates all the time, and where they were in 2000 compared to where they are now is a huge difference. When Doug retired, he anticipated that his rate would be based on what he was paying at that time. Well, we're probably at least 30 or 40% higher than that now.
Right. All right, anything else on this?
Is Doug's rate going to go down next year based on our new contract?
Yes, it's going to go down almost $80 a month, so it's a substantial decrease, so,
Well, okay, all right.
yeah.
So what will this rate be next year, do you know, Sally?
Yeah, I've calculated. $1,118 with dental and vision for two people, him and his wife.
Yeah, right now it's,
$1,040 just for the health.
And that's actually his payment, or that's before the half?
That's his payment.
That's his payment.
Still pretty high.
All right.
What was that, Terry?
$1,118.52.
That includes dental and vision.
Dental and vision for him and his wife. The half paid is just taken from the single rate, so.
Right. Thank you.
All right, does that conclude that matter? All right, thank you. Thanks for coming. We have no new business, my understanding. Commissioner Thomas.
Yes, we do. We appointed a couple of ad hoc committees for the
Interviews. Appointment interviews.
Huh?
Appointment interviews.
Yeah, for appointments, and also to meet with the judges, and Christine was
that's
supposed to
right.
be on them, and I don't know that she's fleeing town or getting chased out.
Going on a
or what,
well-deserved vacation.
but she's not going to be,
I do want to attend tonight's, and I want input on tonight's.
huh?
We have interviews tonight?
Yeah, but unfortunately, we're going to have to extend the interviews till the,
I understand that.
the evening of our board meeting, so
I
if
understand
we're going to
that.
have a replacement, that person's got to be at both
Yeah.
items.
I know,
both
but we
areas.
may make, not necessarily.
Well,
Parks and Rec we're going to have a discussion on Parks and Rec tonight.
yeah, I wouldn't want to
And-
make a recommendation on the airport because we have two sets of
And I
interviews.
have no problem with that, I mean, with being moved aside for the final interviews, but I would like to be in on tonight's discussion as a voting member.
Commissioner Richardson.
If I am the person who is appointed to replace Christine, and this has been discussed, I will come to the meeting tonight to witness the airport interviews.
Good.
But let Christine, take action on things that will be taken action on versus Beta and Parks and Rec. And then I can, then I'll obviously come back as a member of the committee next week.
All right.
That's-
I'm fine with that.
Okay,
All right.
the second committee, Sonny volunteered to be on it, so
To meet with the judges.
I would make the motion that we do that.
So the motion is to what now?
If they're,
Put Richardson on the interview committee.
For?
To replace Christine.
Replace
Christine
All
and
right, okay, all right.
Except for
For the
tonight.
second.
Except for tonight.
All right,
Thank you.
okay.
Except for tonight, and then put Sonny on the committee to meet with the judges.
I'll support that one.
All right,
Who's going to be on the committee to?
for the judges.
Sonny?
Sonny?
These two.
All right. Okay. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes.
The committee to meet with the judges are Commissioner Fleece, Richardson, and Wheelock, is that correct?
I believe so.
Any other new business?
Where the judges released, or
Relieved.
glad you're leaving town.
There's going to be a flag waving ceremony as I drive south.
Maybe able to go to,
They're saying, thank goodness for Ross.
you may be able to go to the post office and find out why she's leaving.
Do you have any other business?
We'll move on to second public comment, and then, as you can see, we've completely drained out the public.
We've outlasted the public.
So they have left the room. So there's no second public comment available. Commissioner committee reports. Commissioner Maxbauer.
I just wanted to report, I attended the Commission on Aging Finance Committee meeting yesterday, and Georgia Durga is adjusting her budget to put more money in the line item for senior assistance. Requests, senior emergency assistance, requests are coming in in a higher number this year than they have in the past, and she reported that the primary request is for dental and prescriptions. And Dennis, I was wondering, we have that prescription.
Go ahead.
We have that NACO prescription card.
Yes.
Available, the program that you brought back from NACO, Commissioner Inman. Is that card available on our website where it can be printed out so that perhaps the seniors that do need prescription assistance might get a discount?
I don't think it is on the website where it can be printed out, but we can look into that.
And when I talked to Fred on that matter, since there were some personnel situations in terms of did his marketing person leave?
Yes.
So they had prepared a full blown out press release and potentially other areas in the community where people can get these cards rather than just coming to the county building. And he asked us to give him a few months to try to put another, to get some semblance of a person to execute that plan. So that's something he's working on, Dennis, as far as I know.
Yes, I think he is, but I'll look into this idea of doing it on the internet. That may be possible.
But if we have cards available, perhaps you could send some over to the Commission on Aging office?
Yeah, we offered to do that a while ago, and Georgia said she wanted to wait and kind of see how it went, but I'd be glad to send them over.
I have a bunch in my office, and I'm meeting with Georgia this afternoon.
So we'll get them to her
I'll give
this
her a bunch.
afternoon.
And we already have that scanned in, so I can easily get that uploaded somewhere.
The only thing we have to find out is whether or not
Right, but
pharmacies would accept that if it's not an original card.
but we have it, yeah.
Okay. Any other committee? Yes, Commissioner Richardson.
At the county EDC meeting, last week or the week before, I lose track. Anyway, the staff is in the process of redrafting what's called the reuse plan, which is basically the guidelines for the revolving loan fund. One of the proposals in a draft that was presented to us was to have them be the final say in the county, that is the EDC board, rather than passing them on to this board for approval before it goes to the state. And they presented that, and they said, what do you think about it? And I said, I don't know, I haven't thought about it, but I did say that I would bring it back to this board and at least tell you about it. So if you have any opinions or wish to discuss it with me, please do, so I can report back to them.
Okay, and if you want to put it as an agenda item for RMA, that's discretion among any of the commissioners. Commissioner Wheelock.
I did mention last week at Physical Resources in regard to Munson Hospital asking for a 3-year extension to the land bank properties for the Copper Ridge parking structure and cancer facility. I was requested to meet with some gentlemen from Munson and Connie Denowith from Copper Ridge, which I met earlier this week. And, they're making a presentation to the Land Bank Authority tomorrow morning, so it should be good.
Okay. Anybody else? From the airport, they received federal funding for the construction of a new tower at the airport, which will be located in a different spot than the current one is. It'll be a state-of-the-art air traffic control tower, and with all the latest equipment in it. It'll be approximately a year to get the construction completed. Attached to the tower will be a regional office complex for all the FAA personnel within northern Lower Michigan as a regional office. So just some more exciting news for all the other items that we have lobbied Congress on with our NACO trips and the letters we have sent in. So, just another shot in our arm in terms of, the airport and where we're at with that. Yes?
How big a project is that dollar-wise?
It's about $7 million. Yeah.
We will have a 3D full-body scanner.
Yeah. I don't know about that, but Con Richardson, or Thomas. Any other committee reports? Notices?
The Up North Media, which airs all of our board meetings and other boards as well, is having a fundraiser this Saturday, Teleganza, and it's on teleganza.org. You can get more information about it.
All right. Anything else under that? Do we have a closed session?
Yes, we need to.
We do?
Listed right there.
Yay!
It's listed right there. Labor negotiations,
session.
and the motion needs to be for labor negotiations with COAM.
So moved.
All right, moved by Commissioner Fleece, seconded by Commissioner Thomas, to move forward with a closed session for the purposes of...
Labor negotiations with COAM.
All right.
Action expected?
No.
Remind, we need a motion, or a roll call on that? All right, roll call.
Commissioner Friend?
Yes.
Wheelock?
Yes.
Fleece?
Yes.
Axbauer?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yep.
Richardson?
Yes.
Chairman Inman?
Yes. All right. We will return.
Back room.
I make a motion that we start having 48 hours.
All right, we are now back in regular session. We need a motion to come out of executive
So
session.
moved.
Support.
Moved by Commissioner Wheelock, seconded by Commissioner Maxbauer to come out of closed session. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Now we need a motion to
Mr.
adjourn.
Chairman, I would move we adjourn.
Second.
Moved by Wheelock, seconded by Richardson. All in favor?
Aye.
We stand adjourned.